Black Belt Challenge will begin in 3, 2, 1, go. Alright, skipping the open cutscene and right into the action here. Let's definitely turn on our dash. Let's do memory cursor, fast text speed. Looking good here. Do we actually want to buy anything? I mean, I guess equipment-wise we do benefit from the wood armor. It's okay wood. So I'll get 4 sets of that. I think we'll see that there is not much benefit for the nunchucks here. So you get additional base attack power, but it does hurt your attacks per round. So I'm going to say pass. Let's stick with the hands. See how this does. I can always change my mind and buy chucks if it ends up not working out. And other than that, let's just see if we do Garland first, and then we can go get some items here. Not as many belts as Lulu had in Final Fantasy X. She does have a lot of belts. Fortunately, we've got some crystals and some fists, and we're gonna make a lot of use of them. Alright, so maybe I do grab a tent so that we can get our health recovered after punching some imps. Anything else that we want to grab? Yeah, adorable sleeping bags. We'll do 2 of those. And maybe do 2 antidotes, why not? And let's get the punching party started. Now, one thing you will definitely notice about this version of the game, you can save anywhere you want, and you'll often use that to skip over encounters. So some of the dungeons that are not very good in other versions of the game are going to be much, much better. Just because we can, dodge all the wizards or dodge all the cockatrices or the sorcerers or what have you. Definitely a great time for that. Audio is desynced. Interesting. I will have to try and figure out why that might be the case. I'm actually not sure how that is possible, but let me see if there is something going on here. Yeah, I guess I'm noticing a little bit of delay on the capture as well. I don't know how to make OBS not do whatever it's doing. Could be chewing on the cords, that's possible. Yeah, there's a really long delay on like my local capture of it. By almost like a second or so. Huh. I wonder if I can fix that without having to restart the stream. We might need to rotate the Agamus. Well, let me try one thing really fast here to see if that helps. Alright. Reset the capture card. Now it seems to be a little bit more synced on my end. So we'll see if that helps for your end as well. Tell me if this is better for the audio. Alright, there we go. Easy solution. Hopefully, Garland will go as easy as our burritos. Yeah, all I did was, turn the capture card off and on again. It seems to be working now. And also seems. Now we've got a Garland to punch here. Let's go. It's Garland time. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna need the wooden chucks. Our fists are doing pretty good here. You didn't believe the burrito ecotronics. The legend of the burrito is strong around these parts. As are these black belts. Garland is down. That's level 3 picked up for the team. Let's also pick up 1 princess. Also a bridge. I'm not even sure this is even randomized. Grab loot here as well. And let's go punch the road. So some of the things that we normally do in like NES speedruns, like grabbing small treasures, don't really make sense in these remakes because you can buy things very rapidly. Like on NES, opening a treasure chest is about the same amount of time as it takes to buy an item from a shop. Whereas here you can buy 99 potions really, really fast. Tents are magically shrunk and don't return to the shrunken size once you use them. You can just carry the tent. It's not like tents are like very large and heavy things. That's why people have them. I think these manuals may be making some things up. I also think we might be headed to the town of Provoca. Let's grab a sweet dream and go punch some pirates as well. "5 seconds. You wouldn't give Garland the punching that he deserves. He has earned more than that." And here we go, across the Bridge of Destiny. I like that they added a new effect in this version compared to the PlayStation 1 version. And that is, you can see that the sunrise goes from like a purple to a daylight color slowly over the course of this cutscene. Just adds a little bit of bonus ambiance to the lovely scene. We have our 3 light warriors, and of course Dan is the one taking the picture, not included with the rest of the crew. What team composition would beat this version the fastest? So there is a speedrun with 1 black belt in it. It's a lot more difficult than the fighter and mage combination to make consistent, because you pretty much need to have good luck on the chaos fight and hopefully get some mega elixirs to stay alive during the battle. But because of the leveling situation and how rapidly you can gain levels, especially for a single character, it is possible to power level a black belt in this version in ways that you really couldn't on the NES one. Alright, Bridge of Destiny's been crossed. We resume our Provoca trip. I will do this one. No need to keep multiple files for this. There might be some need to punch a lizard. It probably deserves it. These imitation Agmas, just not as tasty as the real thing. What I really want, though, is ogres. They're a great source of XP in the early game. For the most part, we're looking to get encounters that have a relatively small number of high-value monsters. Since we lack AoE attacks, some of the things that you might grind on in a typical playthrough are going to be much less desirable. But I still think the classic ogres, grogers, and things like that at the start of the game are likely going to be pretty good for us. Like these things. Let's go. It's ogre time. One down, one to go. Nice crit. Black Belt critical hit rate is based on their level, so they get better and better at critting as the game goes on, which starts getting a little bit ridiculous after a while. Alright, pleasant dreams to our Black Belts. What if by level 6 we have enough to break even with the wood armor? Forget what the breakpoint levels are for these. Yeah, so right now we are just costing ourselves evasion. We're exactly equal with wood armor. So that has already served its purpose well. And we can now go punch some pirates. Gotta say thank you to the Omega Bear for resubscribing for 15 months. Welcome back, Omega Bear. Hope you're having a wonderful weekend here and enjoy the fantasy Final Fantasy. And I can't believe Dan, the only one to get a bonus strong level up for health. Now that is embarrassing. Unlike the NES version, there is a smaller number of guaranteed strong level ups and just a random chance every level, I think it's 1 in 4, of getting a strong level up regardless. Which means you could have a black mage with a lot of HP. Or, as you see here, despite being the same character class, there can be pretty big gaps between different party members for their health. Nice. Bicky's done. We got a boat. We also got Bright-Eyed 77 coming back for 2 months. Bright-Eyed, thank you very much for resubscribing there. And hope you're having a wonderful time here tonight. Alright, those can go, those can go, those can go. Is there actually anything to buy here? I don't think there is for black belts. Could maybe start buying up some potions. Probably want at least a little bit more in the way of antidotes before we get too far in. Good to have a Phoenix down. That's a nice safety item to take so that we don't have to reset for one bad encounter. And maybe we'll go grab the dwarf cache before buying anything else here. Just kind of think about, what do I want to have for the Marsh Cave? We know that we're going to be dealing with wizards. And since we don't really have any buff items, that could get interesting. But actually buy silver bracelets or just wait for gold bracelets. You can't get silver bracelets until Melmond. So we'll have to see if we're at a level where silver does anything by then. Depends on how much experience we get prior to that point in the game. I feel like with this particular party, we're going to probably have some issues with wizards and Astos. So you'd have to think about, like, what is our strategy level-wise to get through those? Or we could do the boat. See if we can grind some fangs out. That's another traditional way of solving it. From the 15 puzzle, you can get these usable items in-game, one set of which includes items that have the ability to cast Lit 2, Fire 2, or Ice 2 once. So those can be very, very effective at taking out some of the early game encounters when you don't have any spells of your own. The high quality shark massage action here. Hey, don't hit my bill. I kind of need that. Yeah, I'm trying to think about what the black belt formula is. There's 2 different formulas for body armor, depending whether you're a black belt or a monk. And I'm pretty sure the monk is half of your stamina, so black belt might be slightly worse than half of your stamina for HP, or for the armor gain. But that's like, alright, for like level 15, you start with like 10 stamina, you probably have like, I don't know, maybe 17 or so. Alright, probably you'd want to get the bracelets for a little bit. But they'd be junk by the time you got to like level 20 or so. That's why it's kind of weird for black belt shopping. They kind of outgrow things after a while. I guess we'll take this. It's not great getting all of the creeps in this formation, because they're almost as powerful as the ogre, but worth significantly less. Seem to take a lot of damage with the extra creep showing up. As long as we live, that works out. Punch that ogre. Good ogre punch. And another good level up there. Well, I'll enjoy another tasty burrito. Maybe I put Dan in the front of the party now that he's got the extra HP compared to everybody else. I know this is probably a mistake, but it is a very fun one. Go ahead, grab the dwarf gold there, so about $1,000 that we can play with. Apart from that, I think it's going to come down to whether or not we want to try and do the boat game for the blue fangs on wizards, or if we think we can punch the wizards with what we got. We're doing okay damage. You vote for some punching? I don't know. We only want to punch in the most rare and special of circumstances. I don't know if this would qualify. But I'll give it a thought. See, you can't even punch a creep correctly. That's not good. Alright, I think it might be ogre time for a little bit. I can try and get grogers in the nearby zone as well. This area around Elfland's got a pretty decent chance of ogres, although a lot of them do have creeps with them. 1 to 3 creeps is pretty common. You go a little bit to the west. You mix in some ogre-groger formations, probably maybe a little bit dangerous for this team right now. But it is definitely worth a lot more XP to get. Nap time. No step route? Yeah, you don't have any of the nice conveniences like you do on the NES version for predicting encounters. Pretty much all the remakes got rid of those. We got a couple of tents. I mean, sleeping bags are probably still good enough if we want to just stock those for a while longer. Probably do need a bunch of potions though. So why don't we load up on our first stack of 50? And give those ogres the punching that they so very much deserve. Probably looking for like level 10 or so. We're gonna try and punch the wizards rather than using the boat items. Another nice thing is that extra levels does mean extra defense. I mean, we'll take a little less damage as well. Oh, hey, Ace also got some good HP growth there. Right, Ace, you're back in front. Those random strong level ups. Whenever you get one, it's a very, very big deal for early game. Later on, it kind of averages out. So you'll kind of notice that over time there is a little bit more uniformity. Although whenever I was doing speedruns with 2 red mages on this version, one of the red mages was always Dan. And for whatever reason, I don't know how to explain this, but Dan always had like 100 less HP at the end of the game. I think he didn't want to show off. Hey, Corrigenda. Welcome in. Thanks for the good wishes there. We are currently on the Ogre Patrol. See if we can get enough ogres for another level up or two. I think by this point those groups not even worth the time it takes to kill them, just to reset out of the battles. What tier of magic is Fist? Punch magic does not have tiers. It only has pain. And do names have anything to do with stat gains? No. Stat gains are frame-based, so if you save right before getting a level up, you can try again and go for better stats. For a 4-character party, it's hard to really optimize everybody at the same time. But if you're doing a solo playthrough and you really, really want it to have like the best possible stats, you could keep re-rolling until you get like a strong level up every single level or the particular stats that you want it. And I think unlike the NES version, it is enough randomness that you can get any combination of outputs, but it would probably be pretty tough to get like absolutely perfect in everything at the same time. We doing the vanilla game? Just the vanilla game. We need to beat Chaos with our 4 black belts here. Any place to read about the RNG? It's a pretty typical thing, Milk Tea. Basically, there's really only 2 things that you can have for randomness in an old game like this. One is controller inputs, the other is the amount of time that passes. And since there's no like built-in clock for like old consoles, time passes according to the number of frames that they draw on the screen. So every time a frame draws, it'll increment an internal counter by 1. Just draw extra numbers like that. On the original NES, it was based on steps taken for what encounters took place, and then it was frames for what happened in the encounters. So it kind of used a mix to the 2 systems. But one of the things that you notice when you have something like steps taken is that it's really obvious that it's not actually random. Whereas frames are a lot tougher to get the exact same inputs every time. And so a lot of games switched to doing time-based inputs because it gave the appearance of randomness a little bit better. Is there going to be an all dungeons playthrough of Origins at some point? There have been all dungeons playthroughs values. I should have them. You look at the video collections on the channel for challenge runs. Pretty sure there's a GBA all dungeons and a PSP all dungeons, which includes doing Chronadia. $225. I think we're close enough that we can probably get level 9 before going to the Marsh Cave. Feels like a good target here to try and pick up and see if that's enough to beat the wizards easily. Also, because we can save anyway, just re-roll until we get exactly 2 wizards, which will definitely make things a lot friendlier. Really, the big thing for me is that I want to be able to kill Astos as well. And Astos is a lot tougher on the remake versions. Hey, Stellaris Fall, welcome in. There are extra dungeons? Yes. We will not be using the extra dungeons, though. But you do unlock a bonus dungeon each time you beat one of the 4 fiends in this version. And on PSP, there's another bonus dungeon that unlocks at the end of the game that is even more bonusy. Two pepperoni pizza too. Thank you very much for resubscribing there, back for 10 months. Welcome back to you, and hope you're having a wonderful time today. Also hope you enjoy some punching, because we got plenty of that. All right, 80 to go, so that's basically 2 more ogres. We are very close to this level. Still have not seen a single Groger fight. It is kind of uncommon. It's the semi-rare encounter in this part of the world. So you see them a whole bunch on the NES because, well, you're manipulating encounters, but also because there's a bunch of semi-rares near the start of the encounter cycle. And they have a big dry period later on, which is why, average-wise, they are semi-rare. But here you're looking at about a 1 in 20 chance of a Groger showing up. Hey, there's one. Groger spotted. Hey, Sick Nick, welcome in. This is our 4 black belt playthrough. And you might be imagining, how can one person have so many belts? Well, they really want to keep their pants up. There we go, Groger 4, level 9. And still just the 2 strong level up bonuses on Ace and Dan there. Well, it's not doing too bad, though. I would say we've got decent enough HP for giving Marsh Cave a try. Go and grab the rest of our heal potions now. Those are maxed out. And maybe a couple more antidotes. And maybe we'll get a tent or 2. Mostly using those tents to get our health refilled prior to doing a dungeon, which means I can take damage on the way to and from locations. And we'll save up and give the Marsh Cave a go. Now, personally, I probably would say that doing the 15 puzzle likely would have gotten us a little bit faster time, assuming that we got lucky with the Fang drops. But this will give us a better head start for the latter parts of the game. You really want to get as many levels as possible throughout this playthrough, as that does really drive the Black Belt's growth. But it is slightly better if you get levels after class change in this version. Ah, the can't runs. All right, we'll try again. I got greedy with the walk. Like, sometimes you can make it a pretty long distance in between encounters. Sometimes you get an encounter every step. And again, it's because it's frame-based instead of having a predetermined number of steps to the next battle. So they can't really enforce a spread like they do on the NES one. Something that the Dragon Warrior games does to reduce that particular problem is that the first couple of steps after encounter have a lower encounter rate. And it gradually starts ramping up, up, up until you have a really high encounter rate for each additional step. I'll punch a spider. It probably has done something to deserve it. Let the Marsh Cave begin. I think in this version, Marsh Cave's got a lower than normal encounter rate. Marsh Cave, I want to say Waterfall. So there's one other dungeon that also has a lower encounter rate, but you'll in general notice that encounters are quite frequent. One, because you're moving faster, which if you've been experiencing the randomizer is something that happens in that environment as well. But it's just because they crank the encounter up a bit to make some of the dungeons more challenging. So we're not going to need a copper bracelet. In fact, I don't really think we need the items here. Definitely don't need to get boned. Still your last hope to avoid bonage. There you go. No, we're not gonna get the items. We're gonna get the crown. So go ahead, potion up, and reroll until we get 2 wizards. 2 wizards, I said. At least it wasn't 4. There you go. Alright, we can survive a couple of wizard hits. They cannot. So it should be a pretty easy fight here. Definitely looks like 2 wizards very doable. 3 probably could have done. 4 would have been rather tough. Do they improve the bats blocking the hallways? I'm not sure if they could block any harder, but I'm sure they did their best to make the bats as annoying as possible. More potions up to the top so that they're a little bit faster to access. And let's get out of here. Crown is in hand. Gonna find out if we are able to take out Astos at these levels here right now. I might be able to get 1 level on the way to Astos. There you go. Let's see if level 10 helps at all. Are there any out-of-bounds bats in this version? Sadly, the bat was so far out of bounds that they were unable to put it into the game. Technical limitations on how far out of bounds the GBA can go. What a nice, perfect poisonous party mix there. Not only was it party mix perfection, but it was served at just the right time. Breakpoint levels for extra hits, it's a little bit lower in this version, and you can also breakpoint more times. So I think it caps out at 16 attacks per round, which is a lot of damage. We should be at 4 attacks right now, working on 6. But unlike NES, where we've gotten our 4th attack at level 10, we got our 4th attack at like level 7, I want to say? What are you watching, Hot Dog Staple? It is a whole bunch of punching on the GBA version of Final Fantasy. This was the second remake after the PlayStation version that got a US release. Third if you conclude the Wonder Swan, that was a Japanese exclusive. And it was the first one that did a pretty major overhaul in terms of introducing a bunch of additional bonus items, dungeons, and content. What it didn't do, though, is made the Astos problem go away. Here we go. Is level 10 enough to beat Astos? We're doing this without any fangs, so we don't have bonus spells. But we're going to see if punch magic is the only magic that these black belts need. Good start, nobody dying in the first round. Oh yeah, we'll be fine. Especially with that free round 1. Free round 2, too. No Rub Astos. What a nice guy. Free rounds. He's got a 50% chance of spells. And he is dead. Alright, that's a pretty lucky Astos. Not gonna see Astos triple punch all that often. Still have unnecessarily long hallways, the most unnecessarily and the most longest. This is one of the 2 versions of Final Fantasy that I really heavily recommend to people that are interested in picking up Final Fantasy that may not have the nostalgia for the original version. This version or PSP, both are excellent ports. PSP has a little bit better overall presentation in terms of just the graphics and music being higher quality, but depends on if you want to get a Sony handheld or a Nintendo one. We're 30 hours out of the Thieves at this point, so Thieves on GBA are not nearly as bad. They would definitely be doing the fangs. But they would probably be past Astos in less than an hour. Does the PSP version have a little bit more extra content? It's got this dungeon called the Labyrinth of Time, which is a 5th bonus dungeon. This game's got 4, and then PSP added a 5th. The version where stamina becomes the OP black belt stat. Yes, stamina is very heavily used. It's used for HP bonuses, it's used for your attack formula, and for your defense formula. So the more stamina these black belts get, the better they get in pretty much every dimension, except for magic defense. They are really, really bad at magic defense. Hey, Gruffy, welcome in. PSP version's got the PS1 soundtrack. Yeah, the PlayStation 1, even though it's the first of the remakes, because the PlayStation is so much more powerful than most handheld consoles are going to be, it looks really good. I think people don't really kind of expect it because it's older, but it is a very, very good presentation of the remakes. GBA was actually kind of a step down, since you've got a console that's pretty much as powerful as a Super Nintendo, and has like slightly more speakers than your typical TV is going to. But by the time the PSP came out, you know, handhelds were at least as strong as a PlayStation 1. And they had gotten a lot better about including like high quality speakers and screens on handheld devices. So it really helped out a lot with that. Yeah, technically the Master is better at magic defense, but they did that by nerfing the black belt a lot. One thing that is going to be really bad later on is magic defense. That's going to be our worst stat by a large margin, and there's not a lot you can do about it besides slap some ribbons on and hope for the best. Well, that and just have a lot of HP so that you can tank all the hits. That kind of helps too. Potions restocked. Do we get any gold needles? I guess we'll get, you know, one gold needle in case we run into cockatrices and decide to take it. Other than that, we are kind of set for a little bit in terms of items. I mean, once we get to Crescent Lake, we can get like high potions. It's very, very nice in this game not having to keep the standard basic potions the entire way through. We get a more conveniently packaged amount of healing. And it really extends the amount of healing that you can drop in places like Temple of Fiends or even just like longer dungeons. Yeah, the PSP used to have like a lot of PlayStation 1 ports, which were nice in that PlayStation 1 games, especially some of the RPGs, didn't get a lot of copies made. Like Final Fantasy games, Square kept printing Final Fantasy games for a long time. Like you can still buy brand new copies of Final Fantasy Origins 1 and 2, the 4 Chrono Trigger Collection, 5 and 6, like all of those are like still being made. And you can tell they are recent-ish because, one, they at some point switched from having Squaresoft to Square Enix on them once the company merger happened, because the originals were back when Squaresoft was a standalone company. And the others, at some point, Sony stopped making the black PlayStation discs. So the more recent reprints of all these collections have like just normal silver CDs. Like there isn't like a special reason they had to have the black discs anyway, besides Sony requiring that for all the PlayStation titles. And Square's like making these long after everybody else stopped making PlayStation games. Do I mind the versions that replace magic per day with MP? Well, for black belts, you have unlimited fists per day, Baxter Crook. So it's pretty much the same either way. Here's our herb. Let's get the magic key here next. See if we're finally able to run away from some things. Running is one of the few things that does not depend on your stamina stat. Luck is used for running. And the black belts are actually not that bad for luck. Are they second or third? Thief is the best at running, because they got the most luck. I don't remember if Fighter is second and Black Belt third, or Black Belt second and Fighter third, but they're definitely a lot better than the mages. And you also know they're a bit faster than the mages in terms of turn order. which only makes a difference if you can actually keep up with levels of the monsters in the dungeons. Typically, you are fairly underleveled every time you go to a new area. Too many remakes. Well, the good news is the old versions are still around. I mean, this version's what, like 20 years old by now? It wasn't even the first time this game had a remake. Alright, I think we're done with Ogre time. It was good while it lasted. But there are better monsters for our black belts to punch. Thinking about whether we should do like Earth Elementals or the Hall of Giants for a little bit to get ready for Lich. Lich is going to be kind of a thing with this party. Gotta punch through his defense. He's got quite a lot more health than the NES version. For all the remakes, they double the boss health, and then this one they 10x chaos, so he's like super buff. But even Lich at twice the health is a bit of a handful at times. He's got big damage spells. Got paralysis, which is super annoying. We got 117 to a level up, which is not that far away. No one-shots, that's right. Pretty sure you cap at 9999 damage, although it would be tough to get there. Like usually you see like maybe 5,000 for a fasted black belt with a dozen tempers on him. You could definitely get a lot, but it is really tough to break into the more than a couple thousand range. You get out of the way. Act like he owns this item shop. He probably does, but doesn't mean he should keep out paying customers. There's a bunch of sleeping bags, probably some more Phoenix Downs by now. It's not like we've got a whole lot of things to spend this cash on. And it's pretty easy to find a lot of items that we can sell off very, very quickly. Actually, that's one thing we could spend our cash on. Get those silver Melmon bracelets. So we can go and grab the Rune and Wear swords out of Temple of Fiends. Those will be worth a couple thousand apiece. Favorite pizza toppings, Agama, Agama, and extra Agama. Sleeping bags instead of burritos? I mean, the burritos are delicious, Chibi Scala, and definitely a lot cozier than a tent would be. Plus, once you're done sleeping, though, you can eat them. Alright, escape from the gargoyles. We got our rune sword there. Okay, just getting items that I can sell for cash so that we can trade in to get the silver bracelets. I'll take it. Where's sword acquired? It's not enough I can also grab the coral sword, but that's inside of Earth Cave, so you have to make at least a second trip back out, which I am trying to avoid doing. Like the music, it's a really good soundtrack. Doesn't quite sound as good as the PlayStation version, and it's because the GBA has like very, very tiny speakers. It's a physical small device, so you can't really expect much from it, and it's got like basically no bass at all. And so what game developers did was they tried to correct for that as much as they could by remixing the songs to sound a little bit better on the GBA speakers. However, when you're playing them on like a real TV or your speakers at home that you're listening on, it's not going to be as rich of a sound as the PlayStation version has. Just a limitation of the hardware. So Lloyd's a lot. Thank you very much for resubscribing there, back for a full year and a shiny new orb. And I hope you enjoy many more fabulous months in the future to come. Also, Durandex, thank you very much for resubscribing back for 33 months. Welcome back to you. I hope your weekend is going well. Now, while most of the music's based on the PlayStation version, there are a couple of changes. Notice in the PlayStation, when you do the Fiend refights in Temple of Fiends, it's just the normal enemy music. GBA's got the updated themes for the refights as well, and it's got a slightly different tune for the female fiends than the male fiends. So it had a couple of small corrections to the, especially the fiend music. Most other things are kind of the same in terms of like the dungeon music, but those two are always things that I like to point out because they're really good songs. NES level sound quality, that's a lot better than the NES. NES was very technically limited in kind of the same ways as like the Commodore 64 and the Apple computers, in that it doesn't have like samples for its ability to play sound. It plays waveforms. And so instruments are going to be kind of distorted as a result. You can't really have like voice without a lot of distortion. But it's very, very, very cheap to make those in analog form. Whereas, starting with the Super Nintendo, they started having more digital samples for things, and GBA definitely is doing that rather than the analog sound. Meant that there was like a particular skill set for making NES music that sounded good, which is why so many NES games do not sound particularly good. Again, people that are actually like really technically understanding how the systems work to make good music for it. And that's a pretty big skill set on top of being a good musician. Genesis was like that too. Yeah, the Genesis definitely suffered from people not understanding how to make good music on it. There's definitely games on the Genesis that sound really good, but so many of them sound very, very, very bad. It's got a very brassy sound to it, and it's tough to use that very effectively. Whereas evidently the Super Nintendo was really easy to make good sounds for, because there's just lots of libraries and documentation around for it, so people were able to pick up and make good Super Nintendo games, but the Genesis ports always sounded terrible in comparison. that is how the dwarves all died. And we celebrate it. Switchy Township was very good for the time. It was very, very good when it came out, but it also made the systems pretty complex. Because basically it's a separate processor that's running in parallel to the game processor itself. So it's really easy to get out of sync. And it's also why Super Nintendo flash cartridges, but the ones that play on actual hardware, like pretty much always garble the sound or can crash the games. It's a lot tougher to make a flash cartridge for Super Nintendo than it is for the NES, because you've got no idea what the sound processor is doing. So you can't just like save the state of it and restore it. That whirlpool there is another one of the dungeon entrances for the bonus dungeons. Whereas this is the entrance to the town of Melmond, and look at how run down this place is. Alright, stuff to sell, everything. Don't need silver armor, don't need dragon sword, don't need were sword. Not gonna need any ethers for this party. Rune sword can go, we can get rid of the armor. Let's get rid of the knives. I mean, do you even really need houses? I don't think so. There we go, we'll keep those. And I will buy 4 silver bracelets. Actually buy 1 silver bracelet to make sure it is an upgrade still. It should be. Yeah, 10 to 19 defense. So that'll last for a couple levels before we outgrow it. And there's a free silver bracelet if you want to go all the way back through the Marsh Cave a second time, which I would not recommend. Gotta run down this place. It's got cobwebs in the entryway. The walls are all cracked. There's holes in the floor. The beds are just rocks. And this is why. The Melmond Inn sucks. They kind of went out of their way to make Melmond, like, very unattractive in this version. I admire the dedication. Another thing that you'll really notice about this version, all of the ambush rates have been flipped. So if a monster had an X% chance of ambushing you in the original version of the game, there's an X% chance that you'll get a first strike instead. So Shadows, 90% of the time we get a first strike and just run away. Where it gets more significant is Remakes at a 75% ambush rate in the NES version. Which means here we get a 75% first strike rate for Remakes. It makes it a whole bunch easier to be able to take that guy out. Alright, now the question is, what level do we need for Lich, and do we do it on Giants or on Earth Elementals? Let's check out the Hall of Giants first. See how this feels. Don't know which of these two is better. The Giants are going to have like iguanas with them, which slows you down. Earth, meanwhile, very consistent. 1 Earth Elemental per battle, so you have to worry at all about side stuff showing up. Alright, Devil Giant definitely a lot friskier. I think the variance here is gonna really hurt it. I feel like the Earth is gonna be better just because it is more consistent. Although we do have to worry about taking the off-tile step. Every other battle is gonna be, or every other step is gonna be a potential battle chance. So you're gonna get the other encounters in the dungeon periodically. Hey Koya, welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful time here tonight, and I hope you enjoy our 4 Black Belt Challenge. Alright, comparing to Earth's. Don't know if Earth Elemental has any drops. That would be an added bonus for doing these. Ooh, they hit really hard. So I guess Giants are maybe less consistent, but a single one is safer. Whereas these things could really clobber you quickly. Hey, helping you about. Welcome in. Alright, that wasn't too bad. Let's see. Level-wise, 764 for a level up. So we're gonna level every couple of Earth Elementals here. That's still pretty good. Did Dan get Ace got a second strong level. I was gonna say, I would be in shock and disbelief if Dan was actually way out in front for HP, but at least he's still behind Ace. I'm just waiting for the moment when Dan plunges off the cliff of sadness and never gets a hit point again. It's gonna happen. I just know it. Now, for this trip, the levels are not super critical. This is more for the Lich trip afterwards, but the more we get done in advance, the easier the wizards and vampire and all that stuff downstairs is going to be. So you don't necessarily have to put off doing leveling until you've gotten the ruby picked up. Does party position matter when you level up? No. Party position only matters for the percentage chance of enemies targeting you. The further up to the top you are, the higher chance that you're going to be the target of a single target attack. But levels are all... Well, you start with what character class and level you're going to, because there is some guaranteed stat gains on level ups. And then anything that is not guaranteed, you have a percentage chance of getting that stat growth anyway. So like every other level, we get a guaranteed stamina point gain, but you have a chance of getting the stamina point on the off levels as well. Every couple levels, we get a guaranteed HP big gain on those. On the other levels, you get a small chance, which is why Ace and Dan have a little bit more HP than the rest of the party. Dan's gotten 1 bonus strong level up, Ace has gotten 2. And so while it's a small difference, especially early on, it really is a nice thing if you get a couple of bonuses. I guess they're no big deal. I mean, they're doing okay with the Earths. One of the nice things about this party is that they've got a lot of sustainability. It's not like you're using up spell charges or MP that's expensive to recover. And I definitely say, like in this version, when you can get easily a big stack of recovery items, be even better if we had the high potions from Crescent Lake. But you can even get ether potions to get your MP. Like, most character classes, assuming that they can live through a single battle, can usually grind areas pretty easily. Oh, we did get an item drop. Remedy, alright. So I guess Earth Elementals drop Remedy at a very small percentage. Thinking about grinding out at some point Zombies. They've got I want to say a 1% chance of a Mega Elixir drop. And I don't need a lot of Mega Elixirs for the end of the game, but it'd be nice to have probably like 3 of them. Alternatively, we can get Mega Elixirs from doing the 15 puzzle really, really fast. Gotta have sub 30-second completions. Gotta make Elixir drop off of those. We talked about 15 puzzle before. People seem to want to avoid it. We usually use 15 puzzle for like the 4 White Mages playthrough, and a lot of speedruns on the GBA version. So it's a little bit different doing it without 15 puzzle help. Alright, level 15 here. I'm gonna say, well, we're about to hit 16. 16 seems like it's gonna be, well, obviously good enough for Vampire. We could just barely survive the Ice 2 from Lich, guaranteed. But the thing is, like, how do we survive like the Fire 2 and Lich 2 afterwards? Are we gonna get enough damage to be able to finish him in like 3 rounds? Seems unlikely, but we'll call it there for now. A nice benefit is we should be able to run away from things more easily. No item drop in the original, that is correct. Item drops did not happen until the remakes. And at first they only used items that were in the base game. This is the first remake that has items that were not in the base game. Access the secret number game in this version. I mean, it's not really that secret. It was in the manual. But yes, it's actually a little bit easier in this version. There is 55 times that you have to press the A and B buttons on the original and PlayStation versions. I could probably just go to Vampire right now. I think this one's only like 24 times. I'm not sure why they picked 55, like that is a lot of times to press the buttons. It's not like you're going to accidentally press it like 54 times and luckily get it. So I am glad that they reduced the number for the later remakes. Also glad to see that Waffle Donkey is back for 27 months. Welcome back, Waffle Donkey. Hope you're having a wonderful time here tonight, and I hope you enjoy all these black belts. See if it looks like a sarcophagus. It's a burrito. Have you never eaten a burrito? If so, it is delicious, and it houses an entire party of black belts. Hey, Waffle Donkey, I think we will definitely enjoy this playthrough. It's a pretty fun challenge. Like, it doesn't have the horrendous crippling downsides of like a 4 Thief playthrough, but it is very different because typically you are relying heavily on magic throughout the game. Whether it is offensive magic to like do Peninsula Power or defensive magic to survive in battles. This is a party that is nothing but punching and offense. And it really means you have to change your strategy a lot of times to accommodate that. You've never slept in a burrito, most niftiest, you have not lived. Now, eating a burrito filled with black belts, that I can understand. I usually get the chicken. It is the healthy alternative. Alright. Now for the problem floor. Masters is awful with 4 black belts in the original. Definitely has some work involved. I think the worst part of 4 black belts in the NES version is that the very start of the game is rough. Like, until you have enough attack power to easily take out things like ogres, you're spending a long time fighting very low level monsters. Like, the first 6 to 9 levels are hard. Once you hit level 10 though, then it usually clears up pretty quickly. What version is this? This is the GBA version, McElvey. Right, let's see how good we are with these by now. 1 shot, that's pretty good. That's with a critical. 2 criticals. Alright, regular punch does not one-shot him. But I think we've roughly doubled our damage from back when we were in the Marsh Cave. So that's pretty good. Hey, Venosmatic, welcome in. Doing a 4 black belt challenge run tonight. It's the second challenge run for the Fantasy Final Fantasy Season 19 intermission. Our first one was on the PlayStation version. Did an all bestiary run. Now we got all the black belts. Was 4 white mages the hardest one? I think 4 white mages is actually not that bad. The nice thing about 4 white mages is you get a lot of healing for the end of the game. And depending on whether you want a class change or not, it does make a pretty big difference for your survivability. When we were doing the NES 4 of a kind challenge, I think 4 white mages around 10 hours was faster than 4 black mages, which was like 12. Vampire should be significantly faster than that. Here we go. The thing about 4 black mages is they don't have a lot of sustain. So, like, there's only so many ice 3s that you can cast, and so many lit 3s, and so many fire 3s. And those spells don't really help with, like, the 4 fiends. So doing 4 fiends in chaos is, like, a really tough time. Whereas 4 white mages, they get a bunch of heal 3s and cure 3s, like, they might be missing out on the fast spell, but they are really, really good at staying alive for a bunch of extra turns. Vampire heals. Everybody that had regeneration was broken in the NES version. If it had worked, it wouldn't have done much. Regeneration only would have done 2 HP per round. Basically the opposite of being poisoned. Whereas in this version, I think it's 5% regen. So Vampire's been buffed to have like 280 hit points. Gets 14 back per round. Warmack has got like 2,000 hit points, get 100 back per round. That's like a really big deal for the Warmack kills. But yeah, regeneration was one of the things that just didn't work at all in the NES version. Like, you couldn't really display it since monsters don't have health totals. So I don't know if it was just missed, or they figured it wasn't going to be important. Both because it was a very small effect and because you couldn't see it happening. Peninsula Power Grind? Trying to avoid it. We actually want to class change the black belts at a low level. It's not a huge thing, but you do get more magic defense growth post-class change. Either way, you're kind of hosed for magic defense. They went from having 4 magic defense per level up to a black belt gets 1 per level up and a master gets 2. So it's the worst class for magic defense pre or post class change, but it's a little bit better post class change. The only other thing that changes is that you have a more favorable calculation for your stamina score. So it's using a couple formulas, and post-class change, the damage formula for your fists gets more generous, and for your body armor gets more generous. And I will definitely want the one for the fist. The body armor might not make a difference, depending on what our bracelet situation looks like. Best bonus dungeon? I mean, the bonus dungeons are not as good as the original parts of the game. They're definitely bonus. I would say the later ones are better, just because they have like a little bit more complexity to them. But all of them are kind of gimmicky dungeons. Like, they don't give you like interesting monsters for the most part. It is going to be only the bosses that are really like the interesting new stuff. And finding items in them. So a lot of times you kind of go through a bunch of tedious floors, and then after 20 minutes you finally get to have a fun boss. So with resets, the enemy's just a lot slower to run from. Your odds of running are not very good unless you're a thief. And so sometimes give it a try, but a lot of times with like a large enemy formation, you're going at the end of the round. So you're like already sitting through like 15 seconds, which is as long as the reset takes. Hey, Greenleaf, welcome in. Hope you're having a great evening here. I hope you enjoy some black belts tonight. Alright, there's our first trip out of the way. The Tiger is a sneakily good enemy here. Because I think they drop the X Potion, which is a full heal item. And you cannot buy X Potions in this game, only high potions and regular potions. So like these things we probably want to take. Alright, playing this on a Game Boy player on the GameCube, that's correct. When are the monster point values published? The monster point values are going to be on Tuesday, help you about. You'll have Tuesday and Wednesday to make your teams, and then Saturday is when the season starts. Alright, how are we done for health growth in a while? Ace, once again, got another strong level up, so he's way out in front of the rest of the team. Ace is getting extra burritos tonight. It looks like nobody else is really getting big gains. Build it to see what it's a burrito. I don't know why people just don't like see this. You're certainly seeing this Titan. Many parts of the Titan which we would be better off not knowing about. And then he goes to die. Alright, we'll see if we get any more tigers down here. It's a very small chance of getting the X potion drop. I want to say it's like 2% or so. It's going to be better than the chance of our Mega Elixir drops from the Zombies, but Zombies I'm willing to like actually grind for. You do the Zombie trap tile in Ordeals, and there's lots of Zombies floating around in Temple of Fiends. If I can get an emergency exit so that we can actually leave the dungeon, I might try and get not only the Mega Elixir, but also Hermes shoes, which you get from the Whiz Vamps on the same floor. Let's get an Earth Rod from the old man. Not just a regular rod, but one made out of earth in this one. Just to let you extra know what it's for. I'm sure the Titan's got all kinds of health problems from his crippling ruby addiction. This is death by tigers and by fists. No X potion. Almost back to the cave. I think we'll probably be good for Lich at level 18 here. Big thing is going to be surviving his spells. He'll do Ice 2 early on in the fight. That one's really tough to avoid. Lich has got a fairly high chance of using spells each turn. That's the first one in his list. Later on, he's got Fire 2 and Lit 2, and if he gets to those, we might be in some trouble. So we have to do 800 damage before that happens. Just a lot. Even with 4 black belts worth of fists. And one burrito later, we are back to the Earth Cave. Let's go. Hey, Mike. Welcome back for 35 months. Hope you're having a great time today, and I hope you enjoy many more months of Fantasy Final Fantasy in the future as well. Almost got up on 3 years there. Better on the asps. There we go. Talked about the difference in the monster names when I was doing the PlayStation version earlier in the season intermission. But they continue going through with the monster names based on the Japanese version here. And this one also has the spell names updated as well. You might have noticed that the spell names in the PlayStation were kind of weird. They're like a little bit different from the NES one. Like they'll spell the words out better, but they'll still have like the numerical suffixes. Whereas this version uses like the ra and the ga, those type of things that the Japanese version had from the start. Hey, Happy McSaddles. I assure you there are many great parts still to go in this black belt playthrough. For example, there's going to be a part where we have to do a whole lot of punching, and you won't want to miss that. I can, though, confidently say that this will not take 20 hours for the playthrough. I'm going to guess that it's somewhere between 5 and 7 hours for the 4 black belts. Depends on how much prep we need for Chaos. Like, the rest of the game's actually not that bad. But being able to beat Chaos with no healing is kind of a thing. And we're trying to do this also not using the 15 puzzle. That limits some of my options for how to get items. Adapter for the GameCube. Yeah, the third-party market has kind of made adapters for everything. So if you've got a favorite controller type, you can probably use it. So it's got enough buttons with pretty much any system that you want. And that can be easier sometimes, depending on the game, than its native ones. Especially for things like these remakes or, you know, just in general, like Game Boy games. Like, you don't need most of the features of a GameCube controller. Looks like the wizards are getting pretty easy. We still haven't seen a single cockatrice. We'll probably find something downstairs. Let's wait to the fourth floor for the first time. Yeah, RAFNet's got a lot of adapters between different console types. It's usually a pretty good source, although sometimes it can be like a really long wait. Because it's not like a really big company, so they don't have stock sitting around for things. So if they run out of something, then it's occasionally weeks or months to get a restock of it. Try that bit of hallway again. You get down there, Bat. I will end you. Very, very slowly, but I will end you. Mayflash I mostly hear about for like the PC ones. Gator 36. I think Mayflash has got a lot of like USB adapter products, but not as many that are like to the native consoles. We can do mummies finally. Mummies hit really hard. And it looks like we can't quite one-shot them, which is problematic. Alright, maybe if we hit them really hard, we can one-shot them. So Mummy's probably not a good grind here. You could do Mummies in Astus's castle for like a spellcasting party. You've got Harm 2 or Fire 2. These things just kind of melt really fast. That was part of some of the speed runs a long time ago for not just this game, but several of the other versions as well. Hey, Reclesis, welcome in. Thank you very much for the host there. I hope you had a good stream tonight. We are doing a 4 black belt playthrough of the GBA version of Final Fantasy tonight. So buckle up and prepare to get punched. Hey, Mini Meltdown. Thank you very much for resubscribing back for 19 months. Welcome back, and hope your weekend is going well here. Alright, it looks like Bill got a bonus strong lump, so he's actually moved into second place for HP. Ace still way out in front. He's got 2 more strong lumps than everybody else. Hey, thanks for the good wishes on the run. Indeed we will have. Very much punching here. And I hope you had a great time streaming. Alright, not dealing with those images. There's a couple of monsters that are like super fast in the remakes. Images are one of them. Like, you could be 10 levels higher and still have a hard time running from those things. Nightmares are really fast. Frosties are really fast, although they're pretty late game. By the time you get there, if you are appropriately leveled, you're kind of okay. Playing Saga Frontier, nice. That's a really good game. It's very confusing about where to go, but it definitely looks really nice. I think both the strong point as well as one of the weaker points of Soccer Frontier is that it's got a lot of characters that each have their own storyline, so you can kind of choose like which character to play first, and some of them are like very complex story-wise, and you'll get easily really lost, and some are kind of simple. And so rather than kind of being guided to say like, hey, why don't you start with this character, it's kind of the easy one. It's like, oh, you can start with anybody. And some of those are mistakes. I will take some more wizards. I think these things are fine by now. Definitely looking optimistic here for Lich. He's going to have more defense than a wizard, so we're not going to be hitting him for like 130, 200 damage all the time, but we're only hitting him for 60. I think that's still enough to be able to burn him down before he gets to his second round of big damage spells. So it seems like that's survivable. Pern XXTV, thank you very much for resubscribing back for 11 months. Welcome in, Pern. Hope you're having a great day today. I hope you enjoy our first of the 4 fiends. Here we go. Let's see if we can give Lich the punching that he so very much deserves. I also enjoy the fiend music themes. These are great. Eight is a little bit less damage than I was hoping for. We're gonna need some lucky rounds of Lich not doing spells. Got 800 health. It's not looking good for us. I think if we had like 50% more damage, I'd be like, yeah. A lucky couple of fights would do it. This, maybe not. All right, so Level 19, we got destroyed. So our bracelets still do anything? Yeah, they're still doing pretty good defense there. So we'll want to keep those on. What can we grind on without having to go all the way back up? There is trolls down here, but that's a pretty small percentage. Could do wizards. Thing is, I feel like we're probably not as far away as it seems. But with like 32 heal potions, that's one full heal for the party, probably. So I don't have the ability to like grind for unlimited levels. So where are we for accuracy? 73. Alright, so we're probably not going to get another attack per round for a little bit. I say like 3 levels in this version. So let me start making my way back up. Grab as much as I can on the way. And we'll see what happens here. This is probably a better floor for leveling than the 5th floor. So I'm going to stay here for a little bit. Certainly we could be absolutely mauling those earth elementals by now. That's one thing we can level on. Hollow Giants, I think, is probably not that much different. Because the big thing there is you're distracted by all the iguanas. They just take your turns up and don't really give you much in the way of rewards. But the Giants would be pretty good. And Peninsula Power is far enough away that I don't think we want to go all the way out there. Chrono Cross Remaster looks kind of neat. Yeah, the HD one that they're putting out for a lot of the Square games. The ones they announced recently, one for Chrono Cross and one for Live Alive. I think both of those will be probably at least competently done, because they're getting much better at making the remake versions of things, but it doesn't look like they are super duper like changing things. So if you didn't like the games originally, you probably aren't going to like them now. But fans of the series will enjoy them. Alright, I think we can take 2 petrifications. Birds will drop the gold needles occasionally, so you can get free gold needles off of them. But it's only like a 7% chance. So you need to get a good number of birds per petrification for it to work out math-wise. Yeah, Live Live is in the spirit of things like Saga Frontier and Octopath Traveler. I think the thing about the Live Alive gimmick is that the storylines are like very different from one another. It's not like everybody's in the same city at the same place and time and all that. But like it's very, very different for the character stories. So it makes it interesting in that regard, but also harder to tell like a coherent story. Did we get lucky in the birds this time? Nope! Like 3 for 5 on petrifications. There we go. That one worked better. So So I definitely think if we got to 8 attacks, that would be a pretty big deal. But I feel like we're not quite damage-breaking Lich. So we actually need strength and stamina more than bonus attacks for really, really improving our damage output here. Probably the reason you don't have a Switch release of 1 through 6 is they're holding off for a 2D HD port. I think that as soon as the PC versions of these all come out, that is when they'll start talking about the Switch collection of all 6 of them together. And they're really just waiting for the games to be done. I'm kind of waiting for the games to get patched, because they still haven't gone back to fix, like, Final Fantasy V, which is a little bit troubling. So I'm worried like these more complex ones are going to have long-standing bugs that may or may not ever get fully repaired. There we go, level 20 done. Let's see how we're doing now. Want a damage check here. Okay, still at 6. What are the issues with the 5 remasters? There's a bunch of like bugs like with the Beastmaster class. And some of the monster behavior. They're not like game-breaking bugs, unless you kind of trigger them in specific ways, but it's still annoying that there are things that seem like they should be rather high priorities to go and address that have not been. Hey, Nakarashi. Thank you very much for resubscribing back for 11 months. Hope you're having a wonderful time here tonight, and I hope you enjoy. The 4 Black Belts of Pain and Doom. Hey, Stalin, welcome in. Hope you're having a great day here. Lots of crashes in Final Fantasy V. I haven't heard about lots of crashes. Like, it's not Secret of Mana remake levels bad. That game had a lot of crashes. Like, when I was doing the platinum run for it, it was like maybe 20 hours. We were crashing like every hour. I've heard about occasional crashes for Final Fantasy V. Like, people get to crash like once every like 8 or 10 hours. Which is a very different thing than crashing like regularly throughout the game. Ow, Wizards hurt. Secret of Mana was unexcusable. Leaving it unpatched is kind of unexcusable. Like, it got better after the first couple of patches, but it still was never really fixed. And I can deal with the, people's opinions about, they don't like the game sound as much, or they don't like the graphics for the style they did for it, but Like, those are more opinion-based things, whereas the game crashing, like, frequently is just very problematic for, you know, trust in buying the company's products. And that was the very first of, like, that generation of remakes that they did, and they were not really putting a lot of care into them. Chrono Trigger, they did the same thing. It was also really bad, but that one they went back and fixed. And that's where they kind of the turning point of going from do not buy these at all to buy these after they have kind of baked for a bit. The terrible fun of the Pixel Remaster is another one that's like more of an aesthetic thing. Like, definitely it bothers me, just like I'm bothered by the sprite artwork in Final Fantasy 1. Like, it's just not very good. They did a better job, but I think that they could have done like across the board better art for the Pixel Remasters. But I put that like on a different level than like the game doesn't function or if it loses your saves or things like that. Just like keeping like perspective on like the things that might be universally agreed as bad versus things that individual opinion might influence. Like, they might be going for a particular art style that I just don't perhaps care for. That I can understand. No peninsula power, right? That's unforgivable. That is something that we truly cannot ignore. Although this time through, I don't think we will need peninsula power, but we'll need some way of getting probably like 5 levels. So I'm thinking we do Earths and then restock potions before doing the real trip. Don't think I've got enough potions left to do an Earth grind and still beat Lich in this go. Yeah, Burrito's probably enough. Does Final Fantasy 2 still have that weirdness we can be fighting mid-game enemies in the first 5 minutes? I mean, that's in the original game. They did not really delineate where super high encounter zones were going to be. So you can very quickly kind of wander out of the starting area and be up in this mid-game area. Same thing like around Mysidia. You can get very advanced encounters very quickly, but that is, like, not a bug. It's just kind of gameplay-wise something that bites new players, and you don't really understand why you're getting clobbered. Bad snakes. Alright, we'll just give it the Earth Elemental. Sometimes that'll happen. I would prefer not to have to say between every single one of these fights. Now that we're a little bit more advanced, we shouldn't be taking tremendous damage on a single battle on these. But unlike the Agamas or the Hollow Giants, there's no back-to-back tiles that you can fight Earths on. Guess maybe I could have done it on the 3rd floor? Ooh, that would have been... That might have been a smarter spot to do it. There's one in the doorway next to it. I don't think you get the encounters on the doorway tile. Yeah, probably been a good idea. Didn't think about it on the way through. It's right to the west of the vampire's lair. Dragon Quest uses the bridges. Yeah, it was a really good design mechanic. It wasn't something that was ever explained, but you noticed it pretty quickly that every time you went across a bridge into like a new area, like the monsters get a little bit tougher. And so you kind of knew that, oh, this is the marker that I am leaving where I am right now, and I should do everything I need to do before I'm in the next area. And there were, of course, exceptions, like there's little areas that have the wrong encounters. Just like Final Fantasy's got the Peninsula Power, there's small stretches of land in the Dragon Warrior map that are like not quite on the right zone boundaries. And so you get different encounters than you really think you should for that particular area, but like it's a very small number. And usually you can use your knowledge about bridges to kind of guide you for your direction. Up there, so we're getting to level up every couple of Earth Elementals still. Let's see, we're up to 83 accuracy now. I don't know if I'd use Chrono Cross as a great source of mechanics. It's got some interesting ones, but it's also got some really clunky ones, like the elemental system, which is impossible to understand or explain. Chrono Cross was a very experimental game in a lot of ways, and it also had very ambitious performance capabilities. Which is why, like, when you're playing Chrono Cross, the battles are some of the slowest running frame rates that I think I've ever seen on a PlayStation game. Certainly not virtual highlight levels, but they're pretty bad. Like Final Fantasy VII runs at 15 FPS in battles, which is already like pretty clunky. Like people like notice how choppy Final Fantasy VII battle animations are, and Chrono Cross is like maybe getting like 7 FPS. 12 to 16. I would maybe believe 12. 16 sounds way too high. Like I said, Final Fantasy VII is 15, and Chrono Cross is definitely not that smooth. Final Fantasy VII at 60 FPS made you sick to watch. I definitely find it like disconcerting watching mods that have like Final Fantasy VII with the frame rate fixed. I think if it was like 30 FPS, it would be like perfect for like, it's a lot smoother, but it's not quite like completely out of the spirit of the original game. Which is weird to say because like usually 30 FPS games, like people hate them. But Final Fantasy VII like doesn't need like super high frame rates. Like that's not really its kind of mode of operation for being enjoyable. It's a lot more about the storytelling aspects, and the slow artwork style like fits with that. But 15 is like kind of excessive. frame rate fix for Gradius games. Like, yeah, that's just like a bad idea. A lot of those games that have like huge amounts of slowdown, you know, were kind of tuned difficulty-wise for the slowdown. So they get almost unplayable when they are like actually like done at full speed. All right, that's a lot of HP there. So we're looking a bit better for health. Also, we have nicely alphabetical order, also the same order as our HP totals. I like it. See, we're at 8 attacks per round. I'm still at 6. Gotta be getting close to 8 though. Can I take the bracelets off? I don't think so. Last I checked, we were getting like 6 defense from them. I would guess we're still getting 3. And bracelets have very, very low downside because they're light. So even if you're only getting 1 defense, they still make sense. Hey, Falcon, welcome in. I would say we've made some progress in 2 hours. We're trying to get strong enough to kill Lich. He's a really big roadblock here, because he just has a lot of physical defense. And we need levels to punch through that. Max Blaze 64, thank you very much for the host there. Hope your stream went well tonight, and I hope you all enjoy. Some 4 Black Belt festivities. This is the GBA version of Final Fantasy, and we are going to punch our way to the finish. Masters in 37 seems solid. Yeah, this is without doing anything with the boat. I think we would be doing better if we were able to get the fangs, because those do have a pretty good amount of damage. Like, we had a couple of fire fangs for Lich. You know, we could knock like 300-400 health off of them. But I think we could probably punch our way at even lower levels than this. But doing it with just our fists is a fairly good challenge. Does GBA go to 99? Yes. I don't think we're going to need to go to 99, because that would be ridiculously powerful at the end of the game. I'd be kind of shocked if we went over like 45 or so. But then again, I wasn't thinking about getting to like 25 pre-class chains, so we'll see what happens. There is a downside to getting more levels now, which is that post-class change you have better magic defense growth in the Black Belts. On NES, it was actually the reverse. Like, Black Belts got 4 defense, or 4 magic defense, and Masters got 1. In this version, Black Belts get 1 and Masters get 2, so you're gonna suck at magic defense regardless, but you'll suck a little bit less if you class change earlier. Alright, we are getting 8 hits. It's not super frequent, but we're there. So I'm gonna get 1 last level up. Get my potions restocked, and then I think we're gonna give Lich some punching business. Okay, just the 8 hits is a 33% damage boost of what we had before. And our damage penetration should be way, way better now. Like, we were doing like 6 damage per attack, or 6 damage in total for a black belt round. Now I think we're going to be doing probably that 50 to 100 mark that I was looking for to be able to outspeed his Lit 2 and Fire 2s. Yeah, just in like the last 2 or 3 levels, we gotten way stronger. Alright, 26. I think this is going to be plenty for Lich. Another nice benefit is that we should be able to run from a lot of stuff now. Means less save scumming required. Yeah, we were 19. I think we were 18 the first time we tried Lich. Leveled up once. On the way, or on that floor down there. And then 7 levels upstairs, which is quite a lot. There was a question on the bracelets. So just to see what they are currently at. We are currently getting 6 defense from them. The MonsterCon sped update, that is on Tuesday, Phantom Crab. Alright, Cal, it's up to you. Good run. Yeah, lower levels, that would have been just an absolute disaster of a reset. You know, Cal getting one crack at it. You're probably looking like a 1 in 3 chance of running, but now we've gotten those more recent levels, like running is getting at least a decently bit easier. Alright, time to load up on them potions. I've got almost 100,000 gold. I think we'll be pretty good for money in this game. Might go ahead and just buy our Phoenix Downs for the rest of the playthrough there. Turns out Earth Elementals are very wealthy. Yeah, the Whirlpool is one of the 4 bonus dungeons. There's an extra cave by the start of the game. There's that Whirlpool. There is an extra area in the waterfall section. Is the last one in Bombett's area? Yeah, I think the last one's in Bombett's area. Or is it the Ice Cave section? Somewhere there's another one. Those are your 4 bonus dungeons. One opening up each time you beat one of the 4 fiends. The bonus dungeon is super hard. I wouldn't say that they're super hard. The dungeons are pretty easy. The monsters in there are like worth nothing. But you get items that you can't get anywhere else. Like they're generally things from other Final Fantasy games. And the bosses of the dungeons are bosses from other Final Fantasy games. Like the first one is bosses from Final Fantasy 3. There's one with bosses from Final Fantasy 4, one with bosses from Final Fantasy 5, and one with bosses from Final Fantasy 6. So mostly it's about getting your way through the dungeons. It's kind of like more puzzly type of dungeons than the classic ones. And then being able to beat the bosses. The random encounters are there just to be annoying. One of the bosses from Final Fantasy VI, Phantom Train. I remember the other one. I don't think it was Ultros. Hey, Daddy Lord, welcome in. Hope you're having a great day here. dungeon with the big overworld's annoying and confusing. I actually like that one. It's really hard because you have like a big area and you have to find like where the airship is, but like the idea of an overworld in a dungeon is kind of cool. Yeah, I think it's Doomgaze. I think Westlake Math's got it right. The one I definitely remember is the Phantom Train. Four's got all four of the fiends. Five's got Gilgamesh. It's got Omega. And three's got things like Echidna and the Two-Headed Dragon stuff. Like, it's more generic. Omega and Shinra, that's right. And then Gilgamesh is at the top. Omega and Shinra at the bottom. Those are probably the two hardest. I think the ones from 5 were a much higher difficulty than the ones from 6. So I'm gonna punch these birds because they deserve it. Alright, maybe we won't punch the birds. Maybe we will pick better ideas to use with our fists. Marathons of Ultima and Dragon Quest. Ultima is a series that the first couple of ones are really rough. There are no, like, polished remakes of 1 and 2. Ultima 3, at least you've got the NES version, which is decent, but that's like by NES RPG standards, so it's not like modern RPG quality. And 4 is kind of where the Ultima series started getting good. But yeah, 1 and 2 are like really, really bad. Which one was Exodus? Exodus is 3, and then Quest of the Avatar is 4. We don't talk about Ultima 5. And then Ultima 6 is really good. That's my favorite in the series. A lot of people like Ultima 7 as their favorite, and then we don't talk about the Ultima games after 7. Yeah, like 4 on PC and NES. And the NES port of 4 is really good too. The thing about 3 and 4 is they didn't have like music in the DOS version, so it's really, really nice to have like the musical score on the NES. They look a lot better as well. Like I would definitely say that contemporarily, like those were way beyond the other versions that are out there. 4 has probably gotten more like fan remakes though, so it probably has like a port or something that, you know, looks really good by this point. 3's never really had that kind of fan favorite stuff. It's like the NES version is probably still the best one out there. Was 7 the murder mystery that required the booklet? 7 does have a murder mystery, but pretty much all the Ultima games use the manual as copy protection. And so basically, like, at some point in, like, 7 asks it, like, when you're doing the Fellowship quest. 6 is when you want to get the Black Orb from Lord British. And you can do most of the game without the Black Orb, but it's way more tedious. And there's, like, one place you can't get to without the Black Orb for transportation. Like, one of the shrines exists only in the Void. It's like you can almost beat the game without it. Don't Disown 7 Part 2. I include that as part of 7, Xylothan. Watermost Dungeon was running after Gilgamesh. Yeah, that's at the top. There's a thing with Gilgamesh near the start of the dungeon. And you got 2 layers of bosses. So like halfway through, you have a choice between 2 bosses. And you can only pick one of the 2. And you have to go through a second playthrough to get the other one. And the same thing at the bottom. At the bottom there's Omega and Shinru. And you can only pick one of the 2 on a trip. And the other one gets closed off. So to really beat all the bosses, you have to do the 4, 5, and 6 dungeons twice, and the 3 dungeon 3 times. Well, the 3 dungeons are really short, so doing that 3 times like faster than the 5 and 6 ones. So as you beat the pirates, you can get to the final dungeon. Well, you have to deal with the serpent, Dr. Amamine. So until you've got the horn, you can't get past him. Now, if there's a pirate spawn inside the little lake behind the serpent, then you can sneak through, but that is something you'd have to manipulate. That's what speedruns do to make sure that they can skip a big chunk of the game. But you can at least see the final dungeon as soon as you have pirates, which is like level 5. Alright, here we go. Let's see if we are better at Lich now that we have punched some earth elementals in the face. Also enjoy the music. Yeah, it's better damage. 90s are totally dealable. 16s maybe not so much. Alright, so that was about 250. So we can win in 3 rounds. Liking it. Of course, Lich not using his spells, despite that being his big thing. Whatever. Whatever, Lich. Got a 75% chance of spells per round. So the 3 consecutive punches, which makes the fight super easy, is totally necessary. And that was our first fiend. Good fun. Let's celebrate. Never played the NES or older Gold Box game, but you enjoyed Dragon Knight's a crit on the PC. There's a couple of good early Dungeons & Dragons games, especially for the time that they came out, for the Gold Box series. Like, there's a reason why it became really well known as a very popular and kind of well talked about series of games. I think especially like Pull of Radiance and Curse of the Azure Bonds are like both really well received games. Then they had some that were not quite as well received, but they still did decently well compared to a lot of RPGs of the era. Since they had like a great formula down, and they didn't have to invent a whole lot of stuff, it meant they could spend like all of their development time making like a good game engine, which is a rare thing in the mid-80s. Why is Cal so terrible? Probably because he's been standing next to Dan. The stink just rubs off. Alright, over we go. I'm expecting the next couple areas to be easier than the Earth Cave. So we shouldn't need to like grind at all until we class change. Never play Dungeon Hack. I really like Dungeon Hack. Unfortunately, it was one of 2 games that I had that the floppy disks went bad on. Dungeon Hack I at least played for a long time before the game died. The game that I didn't have for a long time was Ultima 7. So like, maybe 2 weeks after I bought it, the installed disks broke. And Origin refused to replace or refund my money for that game, and that is why I have a long-standing grudge against Lord British. And one day, he will get some. Alright, good trip to Crescent Lake. Let's restock those. Let's get our high potions all stocked. So basically triple the value of the regular potions there. Very handy item. We're not going to need any ethers in this game. 25 Phoenix down to last for a long time. Got plenty of tents and sleeping bags. Nothing to buy for black belts. We're still looking at a 6 value from those bracelets. Let's stay at the far nicer Crescent Lake Inn. Look at how much better this place is than Nullmine. It's got carpets. The sheets have been changed. They're not made out of stone. There's flowers. No cobwebs on the walls. No holes in the ground. It's just a far lovelier place. And we also have a canoe. Although we will not be going to Gurgu Volcano. I will be taking this canoe and exploring new areas. Kill Lord British by having him walk through a certain archway. So there's a story that is part of the development of Ultima 7, which is outside of Origin's headquarters. There's like a iron bar or something that was mounted on the side of the building, and Richard Garriott nearly got killed by it. And so in the game, there's a reference to that, where you can drop a sign off of the building onto his head, which is the official way of killing Lord British in Ultima 7, which is kind of a rarity. Like, usually it is unofficial ways of killing Lord British. They tried very hard to make him invincible. But people always found various ways of defeating the game. And so 7 was the first time there was actually like intentionally a way of doing it. Alright, in we go. I've got a crown and I've got an old man who I am going to go catch up to. Unlike NES, you do have to talk to the old man, otherwise the chair does not function. Yeah, we can probably kill Medusas. These things are likely tough to run from. Now, the thing I need to think about is whether I want to try and grind Zombies here now. See if I can get some Mega Elixirs. There's a convenient Zombie trap tile at the end of this dungeon. But there's a 1% drop rate for Mega Elixirs. Means you're probably gonna have a hard time finding them. And I'd prefer not to get levels right now. We want to do them after class change. So both here and the I spot, which are typically very good spots for level grinding, aren't nearly as good for black belts. That horse is snorting at me. There gonna be an Agama grind? Unfortunately, no. Agamas are just not as efficient as grinding eyes. I mean, you can definitely do it. But eye is worth 1 1/3 Agama, so he's a little bit better. Keep trying. Nimbers are very, very fast, so they're hard to run from. They're like the second fastest thing that we will see for a long time outside of the Frosties. NES, you can avoid them? Yes. This little corner right here does not exist on the NES. So you can get through there without having to hit the tile again. But just to be rude, they filled it in for the remix. Oh, and they did make the Man-Cats a lot easier. So instead of using Fire 2 for Man-Cats and our girls, they use Fire 1. It is a somewhat survivable encounter, although considerably less pleasant than a regular fight. Let's get those high potions up here. Here we go. Gonna probably need those more often than regular potions. I'll probably put them like that. I will get my gold bracelet. In time we'll be able to buy a gold bracelet, but right now that is our only one pre-airship. If one character runs in this game, I have done solo characters with all 6 character classes per King V and no class change. I said no Fire 2, but I think if they do a 4th spell, they do have Fire 2 still. There we go. Finally getting out of there. Go ahead and grab our Zeus gauntlets. Those will be a pretty handy item for blasting through enemy encounters, because we don't have normal AoE damage. So we're using that a whole bunch. Most of the rest of this stuff is things that we're going to sell off. Yeah, I don't think we're going to do a Zombie D grind right now. I might do Zombie Ds in Temple of Fiends at the end of the game. I would need to farm an emergency exit from the Purple Worms, which is a pretty low chance drop, and then farm Mega Elixirs and Hermes shoes off of the next floor. But I think that's doable. I also think these Zombie Ds are going to get some. Let's get a Mega Elixir for the first 2, despite it being a 1% drop chance. No Mega Elixir drop. Alright, Zombies have been done. We got our tail picked up. So we are an ice cave away from class change at this point. Still feeling pretty good about a 5-hour time estimate for this. It should be fairly smooth sailing for this team from now until we get to Temple of Fiends, and then it's going to be real difficult for some of those boss fights. That's where I think it is at its most challenging, especially the Chaos fight. Can actually kind of deal with the regular bosses since you've got just a big pile of Phoenix down, so you don't have to worry about characters dying in the battles. Plus, you can save wherever you want. This is very, very handy. Interesting about how much they had to change leveling balance to fit with the move to 99. They didn't really change much. Basically, you were really overpowered at level 99. They stretched the guaranteed stat gains out, so like, fighter used to get strength gain every level. Black will get it vitality every level, thief luck every level, and so on. So those are like every other level, but you still have the extra random gains for the off-level ones, and you have the HP gains of the off-level ones, and you got the MP gains of the off-level ones, so you get way more powerful. Ooh, I'll take a nacho. Take a nacho punch, that is. The delicious and refreshing drink. Like PlayStation, they mix together the two canoe zones, something I don't really like change-wise. NES has a southern canoe zone and a northern canoe zone. They got different encounter tables. So the northern canoe zone is much tougher. And that's only stuff that you can get to after you got the airship. Whereas the south you can get to very early on in comparison, and has significantly easier fights in it. So when they mixed everything together, they made this area a lot tougher. And they made the north much easier. Is there a Phoenix summon in 7? 6 and 7 have Phoenix summons. Let's check if 5 did as well. 4 did not, though. They had not yet been removed from the endangered species list. You had to use life potions in 4 instead of Phoenix Downs. Oh, that wonderful sound of punching. It's so rhythmic and so punchable. I love it. Ooh, Dan's actually moved up into 2nd place for HP. All right, Dan. You're getting a party promotion. There was a brief time when Dan actually had the most HP of anybody on the team, and those were troubling times. So we're gonna run from images finally. It's looking a little bit better. And yes, despite being called race, those are actually images. If you're used to the NES names, the snakes and the undead monsters all got kind of shuffled around a whole bunch. That's because they are actually different from what the original Japanese version had. They're just getting change back. Grab that flame sword for some extra cash. Do we grab the ice mail? I might. Do have to buy a lot of gold bracelets. Probably gonna buy pro rings as well, both for the dust resistance and because until you're very high level, I don't think the pro ring is a negative for black belts. Ooh, nice run. And on top of that, we gotta buy the bottle. Alright, this should go well. The face, ooh, that's chilling. Oh, that is some good punching. There we go. Got our ice mail. Cash in the southwest, there's a decent amount. Figure might as well go grab that. There's some good cash in Cardia too. Plus I think that Cardia has a few nice items. Like they replaced some of the potions with things like an X potion or a dry ether. We obviously don't care about the ether, but the X potion would be really good for this team. I think that's most of the cash. Remember, the top row being is not as good, especially the one in the upper right-hand corner. That just sucks. It's like TNT except no turtles, and we are on fire. So two differences. Which just is it? Is it this one? No, it's the other one. This one should be like 10,000. Alright, and grab Ice Shield as well to sell that. That should be worth a fair amount. Alright, these specters are race. I like the images, they are very fast. Making running pretty tough. Oh yeah, we got very little danger. First of all, the eye is going to be way easier than the NES version. Worst thing you could do here is Lit 2, which we can easily take to the face. We can also take the floater. Now, most speedruns for GBA would grind the eye as one of the best places to get XP in the game. I am not doing it because I want to get class change first, and then we'll find something that we can get a lot of XP on. I don't know if we come back to the eye though. Like, it's a bit of work getting there for the grind setup. Just like I'm not sure we're going to come back to ordeals for the zombies, despite being a really good source of some potential Mega Elixir drops. I am kind of leaning towards trying to do a grind in Temple of Fiends at the end of the game. We'll see how that works out for us. It's like technically we can get our experience anywhere. But zombies have the Mega Elixirs. Eye's got the really efficient XP. Who else is important? Whizvamp's got the Hermes shoes, but I only need one of those. I can take more, but one's kind of like the bare minimum. Hermes shoes just cast fast, which would be my only way of getting that particular buff. So we'll use one of those on Chaos. Purple Worm's got emergency exit, so he's kind of a prerequisite for getting anybody else. going to be our order here? Well, post-airship, first thing is going to be class change. We can loot Cardia. We can probably get Slab. And that area done, Waterfall. That'll be our first ribbon of the game. We can buy gold bracelets and pro rings. And then it gets more interesting to talk about where we go. So yeah. We will put that particular order up here. Let's get a class change and let's go get some waterfall bats. Poor canoe guy all alone. Yeah, it's a lot tougher rowing a canoe by yourself. But you don't have those red mages to help you out. Alright, up and away. I wonder if we can grind blue dragons. That'd be an interesting grind spot. I don't know if we can kill blue Ds fast enough right now to beat out the time on the eyes, though. Like I said, first things first. There's some unnecessarily long hallways we need to walk down. Let me tell you, they're as unnecessarily long as they are wonderful. Because with this, class change is complete. And our black belts have become masters. I'll be a little bit honest, the Master's kind of a letdown after how glorious he is on the NES version. Dude is jacked. Here, this guy looks about the same. Alright, so item pickups. We got this place for some cash. And that's where the X potion is. That might be the best Cardia item. I'll check the other ones just in case, but I think we got the best island, and we got the bad dragon. Oh, get out of there, dragon. I'm gonna punch you so hard. So hard. Put him down for the revenge list. And here's the Lila. It's got the extra hole in it. You might remember on the NES version, it's only got one hole. That's because here is where you got another one of those bonus fiend dungeons. Okay, Elixir's pretty good. Since we don't have MP, Elixir is the same thing as an X potion as a full heal for this particular party. And I don't think you've got a Mega Elixir, so probably the last one's got like a Dry Ether or a Turbo Ether. So for us, not particularly useful. Yeah, Dry Ether. This version have out-of-bounds bats. Sadly, the technological limitations of the GBA insufficient to provide the high-quality out-of-boundsness that our bats deserve. It truly is a tragic shame. Speaking of shame, they fixed the ability to land on top of the caravan vendor. So you have to actually walk all around here. Maybe punch some dudes in the process. Get the unrunnable Whiz Ogre Service formation. Alright, doing pretty good on damage. We did get a damage bonus from the recent black belt conversion. Alright, things to get rid of. No dry ethers required. Don't need any shields or armor or non-dry ethers. Guess that's a wet ether. Extra silver armlet? Where did we get that? Oh, we got the gold armlet. Let's actually see if the silver armlets do anything now that we have class changed. Alright, it's still worth 3, but it is gone down in value. There's a more favorable formula for not having body armor post-class change. But we have not yet broken the silver armlet's value. Very soon, though. Is it worth having a remedy? I guess maybe having one sitting around is okay. Is it worth having a heal staff? Probably not, but I can't say no. I can say though, we'll be back to the caravan later. It's got some one-time use items for the late game, but I need to prioritize getting the armor first. So I will do that after getting more cash. Yeah, the silver armlet was there because I got the gold bracelet in Ordeals. Just making sure I hadn't got like a silver bracelet drop somewhere. Because I was not expecting one to show up. And our first 2 magic defense level. That's right, twice the magic defense that we were getting before. Although still the worst character class for magic defense in the game. My bottle is leaky. Well, now I'm going to want my money back. Alright, those all look good. So we're getting 3 ruby armlets. These are gold bracelets. If we prioritize the pro rings, let's get 2 of these. Because I've got the opal one coming up, and then 4 pro rings. Yeah, there we go. That will do. Alright, pro ring is worth 5 defense right now, so we're still getting some positive value from it. And I expect even at pretty high levels, the pro ring is still going to be good. Alright, here we go. Can get our Oxio. Anything else here? I think we're good on high potions. 25 Phoenix Downs should be enough. Like, in theory, you don't need any Phoenix Downs, because you just reload if you have anybody die in battle, but sometimes you want to take a battle result that has a death just so that you can continue going without having to, like, lose a couple of fights, or if you've done a really long walk across the hallway. We have 1 Oxyel obtained. waterfall first? Yeah, we'll do a waterfall first. Don't think it makes a big difference which one we do order-wise. Because either way, we're gonna be lean, mean punching machines for a bit. Also, aquatic burrito, not pictured. Let's go. It's waterfall time. Now, in here, I think that there is a lower encounter rate, so I'm going to be more aggressive about taking long runs across the hallways. But there's probably going to be some encounters that we don't want, like the mummy fights are going to be super slow. Just there's a lot of enemies on the screen. Most of the other ones I think are going to be okay. We can take mud gulls, we can take nightmares, we can take on ghasties. Got some confidence. Only 31 punches. We'll get better. We will get far better. I believe you cap at 16 hits without fast, and then 32 with fast in this version. So the punching can get a little extreme. Alright, my promise to the lower encounter rate has not perhaps come true. Pretty sure this is the place and then also the Marsh Cave that had the lower rates. Maybe this is just lower by GBA standards. And if you can believe it, PSP actually has an even higher encounter rate. It's not by a large amount, but it's enough to be noticeable. Get in there, belts. Yeah, I think we're just gonna run from that. No thank you, cockatrices. So kind of a major change is that on the NES version, there's a priority order for placing the enemies, which goes Wiz Mummy first, Mummy second, Paralisk third, and then Cockatrice fourth. And on GBA, well, all the remakes, they reverse the order of the priority lists. So instead, you see a lot of Cockatrices and Paralisk and get very, very few mummies here, which meant that this used to be a very good place to get experience, and now it's really terrible. Hey, Simply Jeff, welcome in. Just in time for us to get 1 cube. And for Dave to try and repair a robot. Dan had a critical failure. But moving on, it is a decrease in defense, but one that is well worth it. Item-wise, I'm going to use Defense Sword a bunch, Probably more than we're going to use the Zeus gauntlets. Have the high potions and the antidotes up here. Just thinking kind of priority order for using stuff. Maybe like some of this stuff down here doesn't really matter what order that we put a lot of this in. And then sad potions at the bottom. There we go. That's better. Try again. Right, to end up just Zeus gauntleting these things. Ability to run is still pretty bad. Ooh, that's a lot of mummies. Only been a way of killing them. Alas, we do not. Lack of AoEs will continue to be a moderate problem throughout the game. There's definitely some encounters that we would love to be able to take that we're going to be unable to. But on the flip side, single target stuff. Oh, is it in trouble? Yeah, mage staff's in the sea shrine. The wizard staff's the one that you get here. Nice, level up. Ace is now, I think, 3 strong level ups ahead of everybody else for HP. Dan's kind of fallen back to the pack. I think he had 1 extra strong level up, but then his stamina gains have not been as good. So his regular level ups are kind of slowly inching him backwards. But Ace has been on fire for those HP growths. Extra Agama there. No, 1 in 64 Ghasties so far. I think we're probably okay without a Ghastie fight. They are kind of brutal. Is Carrie still susceptible to confusion? So Carrie is weak to status elements, which confusion is just one particular one. Like you can also dark her really easily. But it's only carry 1, and you usually got better choices, especially in the remakes for how you deal with the bosses. It's just really good on NES where you don't have a lot of utility options that you can kind of bring out. There we go. Things getting punched to the stratosphere. You haven't even seen our punching prowess. Reach its maximum punch potential. Well, let me tell you, when it does, it will be truly breathtaking. Hardcore Minotaur is not nearly as hardcore now. Alright, get these restocked. Probably should get some more gold nails. Been using a whole bunch of those. Got a couple of remedies. Never know if they might come in handy. Like at this point, there's really only the one-time use items to grab from the caravan vendor left to purchase in the entire game. We don't need any spells, consumable items are pretty cheap. Like, once you've got out of the very early parts of the game, being able to buy, you know, potions and high potions and things are a tiny fraction of what a single monster drops. You haven't seen manticores around here? Yeah, they're all over the Cardia area in general. And that kind of extends as far out to this part of Onrak, into the spooky ghost mermaid. So spooky and so mermaid. That is why we have chosen to get into a barrel. Don't remember a PlayStation version having that glurging sound of the bubbles. Wonder if that's new. Doing Kraken first. No, we're here for the mermaids. I need to grab their items. Opal bracelet's gonna be a big upgrade. I can get the slab and start the slab translation. And then we're gonna think about how we're gonna get XP. Is class change worth it on the PlayStation? I think the PlayStation version does not have the Black Belt magic defense change. I think this was the first version that had it. And I know this version definitely is the first one that had all of the Black Belt formula changes. So like the 3 reasons you want to get class change for the Black Belts here. One is that you get 2 points of magic defense per level instead of 1. One is that your damage formula for fists goes up slightly. And the third is that your defense formula for body armor goes up slightly. And I don't think any of those 3 are on the PlayStation version. My opinions on the Pixel Raster, I would say if you've got an existing version of Final Fantasy, I would recommend sticking with that. But if the Steam version is your only accessible way of playing Final Fantasy, then it's certainly got all of the main elements that you need to play the game. The biggest downsides are just like aesthetically. And so it's not got like major problems to be worried about. Get your upgrade to gold. I think if you hit like max level, gold bracelets become like worthless, but for a long time those will be still useful. Because we're doing good on gold, do I bother getting the items? Will let me get all the caravan stuff purchased now instead of having to wait. Guess we'll sell off all this wonderful night gear. Hey T-Bell, welcome in. Just in time for some slab. Hey, Seagull and Backslash, thanks for the good wishes there. I hope your day has been going well. Hit left, yeah. Right hand side is 10 gold. I think that one there sucks. I think these 2 are good. Nope, that one sucks. Alright, that was the bad one then. This is the shield. Maybe this is the good one? Yeah, that's the other good one. There we go. How many cat claws we're getting at the end of the game? All of them. We're going to max out these black belts for cat claws. And for cool, refreshing punch drinks. Oh yeah, we're getting pretty good at punching stuff. That is looking nice. Let's see, other stuff I could grab. Well, I guess I could get the Mage Staff and the Opal Armor over here. Is the Light Axe worth it? I don't know. Light Axe is kind of a stretch. Yeah, I might as well get the stuff while we're here. Punching up so satisfying. Looks like we can't quite 100% one-shot them. Getting pretty close. Sad that undead monsters are not really a threat. I would say those ghosts are kind of pretty dangerous. This is still like 2/3 of the way through the game. In terms of a typical playthrough when you'd normally be at Sea Shrine, we skipped Gurgur Volcano to come here a bit early. The ghosts are definitely pretty ferocious right now. Yeah, Phantom's undead. Kind of special, but there's another one that is at the very end of the game. I think the Whiz Vamps don't really get a good formation until Temple of Fiends. Like, the ones by themselves in Sky Castle are pretty easy to deal with. But the Whiz Vamps plus, like, Zombies, that would have been a pretty tough formation earlier on to have to deal with. Like, they're both monsters that are like super tanky, and a lot of parties would not have a great way of dealing with them. I was hoping the hags would learn their lesson, but clearly we must punch them again until they understand. They are no match for our fabulous black belts. It is kind of nice not having to do that save scumming, because we can actually benefit a bit from the experience here. This is right at the edge of monsters that are worthwhile taking on. Those hags are not worth it. Like, these things are definitely way worse experience than you might guess, because the Arsa hags, which is most of the formation, is almost zero value, and even the Whiz hag is not that much. But stuff like the ghosts and things, the waters, Gur sharks, these are all worth a lot of XP. And yeah, the unreadable bit of it. Kind of annoying at times. Almost got our last item that we are selling off. So I'm planning to buy a bunch of items back at the caravan vendor. And these are items that are not in the original game. They're added for the remakes, and basically the way that they work is they provide a buff for one battle. So these Giants tonics, which give you 200 bonus HP for one fight. There's an equivalent item for MP that black belts don't care about. You can also buff your strength and accuracy, so it's kind of like tempers and sabers. It's not quite as good because they're just a little bit slower to use. But since we got no spellcasting, that's gonna be our best choice for stacking up a whole bunch of strength on one person. And then punching chaos to the moon. Worth level cap in this version 99, which we should not need to get anywhere near. I'll be really surprised if we break level 50. Almost back across. So I'll probably go and get, like, Lufania taken care of. So we got all of the overworld out of the way. Then go blitz the fiends. Carry doesn't have anything on the way down that you really care about. Like, you could pick up some of the fighter gear and sell it, but it's going to be worth a lot less than the knight gear that we just got in this dungeon, or the stuff that you can get in Sky Castle. So if you really need cash, those are better places to go and grab items right now. And I also don't think that we're going to be super critically needing the ribbons early. Like, you could get the ribbon out of Sky Castle and out of the Bottomless Sea Shrine, but those are kind of long walks, especially without travel spells. You really, really have to need them to want to grab them early. Ooh, Cal got a strong level up. It's up to number 2 HP. Cal rate of this version is terribly high. It is higher than the NES version by a lot. You've got the dash, which means you're moving much faster, you're taking more steps. And it also just has a naturally higher encounter rate, even without the dash taken into account. So you put those two things together and you get an encounter like pretty much like every 2 or 3 seconds. I don't think we'll do any Sea Shrine Pilot Pains here. This one is not really set up for our particular party's specialties. Alright, selling the Wizard Staff. Let's get rid of this armlet. Let's get rid of all this diamond stuff we don't need. Helms, gloves, shield. Keeping the Mage Staff. Keeping the Light Axe. Get rid of the armor. Use those heal potions up. Alright. Looking good. So that is our trip to the mermaid side. Things that I can use are going to be up here. Mage Staff, Light Axe, things that we need to access frequently are going to be here. So High Potion, maybe I'll put Phoenix Downs there. Gold Needle, Remedies maybe? Yeah, and then like save game items below that. Infrequently accessed stuff below that. Stuff for chaos like below that. And then heal staff I'm thinking about maybe using at some point, but it's pretty unlikely. There we go. More inventory tidiness. With that, let's go grab our caravan vendor stuff. How many of these are we gonna need? I don't know if we really need a whole bunch of Giants tonics, so we have a lot of health on black belts anyway. It's like maybe at most 8 of those. interesting ones are going to be the strength tonics and speed drinks. I don't think the defense really helps us. Let's just get 50 both. This is way, way overkill. But I'll have those sitting around, and I can use them on the other boss fights as well. Actually, if I'm thinking about that, the other place we might use them is extra set of these on Warmech. I cannot promise a Warmech. Warmech is very much rare on this version, so if you want to intentionally hunt him out, it can take a while, but if we happen to get lucky, who can say whether or not we might punch a Warmech tonight? All I know for certain is the town of Melmon needs relief, and Doctor needs a slab. Well, clearly that's enough to teach somebody a foreign language. Let's go! Don't ask any questions. Ooh, tyro meat! And chicken wings on the side. Dinner is about to get served. Good tyro. I got Rankelos too. So we can kill a Rankelo in 2 hits? Probably can kill us in 2 hits too. So it should be a fun battle. Alright, the crits were helpful. That definitely was good. Ooh, ace! You died like you lived. On your feet. Alright, the only thing kind of annoying here is going to be the fur wolves, and we should be able to run from those things. Yes, got punch. Punch Cal into slot number 2. He did get that strong HP gain earlier. Everything with Cave. Trying to figure out we're gonna fight giants or elementals. Well, now look who's getting punched. Hey, you got a free 10 out of that. The thing I really like about the remake versions, they open up this little passageway on the side of Lufenia, so you don't have to walk all the way around the right-hand side. It's like a small map improvement. Kind of makes up for the extra bit of work you have in ordeals to pick up the heal staff. It's like you got a free square, you lost a free square. And we're about to get one toga party. Oh, this is gonna be frustrating. The toga party will not be kind these days. Normally you have a travel spell here, so you don't have to get back out of that. But let's see how we do on the toga party return. Oh yeah, it's gonna be bad. Not up there. Oh, you can't get to that side. Alright, back out this way. That's why the toga party sucks. But at least we got our chime it. We are now gonna go get our second of the 4 fiends. It's time to get carried away. Tender steaks for these tough party members. It is just the right dessert that we can add to this already wonderful trip. Well, Ankylo's taking less damage than the Rankylos. Remember them having a whole lot more physical defense. But yeah, those things are tough. The volcano. Worth 1 gold piece. Fortunately, we don't really need money on this team, so that is totally okay with me. I believe we have done all of the shopping other than getting our high potions refilled every now and then that we are going to have for the entire game. So time for a little snack of delicious lava, which keeps both the doctor and the monsters away. But I think a 1% chance of hyenas dropping a permanent strength increase. I don't know why they gave it to a monster that's so early in the game. It's kind of like the tigers having the X potions. Doesn't really make sense. But be on the lookout for those if you happen to get one, either here or in the Earth Cave region. Under 5 hours, it depends on if we can snag a Wormek or not. I would like to get a Wormek, but I just can't promise it. Definitely not going to be under 4 hours. Well, a decent-sized grind for items that we have to get done at some point. Before that, let's get our second of the 4 fiends here. All warmed up. If you want to hear the alternate fiend theme, it's your first chance. Max number attacks 8, 16 for black belts, plus fast gets you to 32. At least I'm pretty sure you can get to 16 without hitting the cap in this one. Because we got 8 very early on, and there is still a lot of growth left to go for these black belts. There we go, carry's done. Nice fight. And once again, our party celebrates. Unless we want to get the ribbon. This is when that is now open. Don't remember which fiend you have to kill in the Final Fantasy 4 to get the ribbon, but I think it's Valvalis who has it. Maybe it's Rubicon Tech. It's one of the ones at the bottom floor. We're out. All right. Sugar Volcano's done. Go ahead back to Sea Shrine to go finish off Kraken next. Other nice things that we'll get here are going to be the Power Glove and our second ribbon. So some nice pickups under the waves. Also pick up some experience. To the Sea Shrine. Sadly, you do not get the spooky ghost mermaid more than once, but you do get to see the barrel scene again. It's pretty good. It's so soothing and relaxing. This is exactly how I would describe this dungeon. See if we can do like one save per floor instead of having the saves come across it. I mean, it's going to be taking a lot of the fights, some of which aren't going to be like super high quality, so I'll try to run for like the sea troll ones. We'll grab more than I typically would for a speedrun so we get some extra levels. Hey, Linux Mint. Welcome in. And I hope you're having a great weekend here. Floor one's done. Yeah, these I'll pass on. Alright, second try run's not bad if we can get that consistently. Just bought some of the Kirby games off the eShop. Which one do you get? The next man. Think about grabbing some of the Kirby games till I have the Wii ones. Finally got Kirby's Epic Yarn, so I've been meaning to play for a long time recently. Still thinking about whether I want to get the Return to Dreamland, and there's like a whole bunch of other remake collections that came out for both the Wii and for the 3DS. It's like I like Kirby games, but maybe not that much. Yeah, the original Kirby's were very much like, I wouldn't say like Mario style platforming, but more action oriented. And the game kind of gradually like slowed down and became more of like a environmental, enjoy the show type of adventure. So like there's a while where I just, like didn't bother with the Kirby games. Like the original Dreamland's really good. Kirby's Adventure on the NES was really good. They started putting in like the animal companions and like the softer landscapes. So it's like that's when I stopped doing them. And then it's like, okay, maybe I'm willing to try those after all. Got some good stuff. I guess Superstar was the last one. That was more of the really tough action style. I probably shouldn't forget that one because it's really good. Kirby games are all kind of the same. I think within a single game, they do tend to have like very similar level design. So it'll be interesting to see what the new open world Kirby game is like. Like, do they have enough unique areas and stuff to do that it's interesting to like keep playing the game for a long period of time? It is tough to do open world games well. Like, Breath of the Wild was very successful, but it was also very well done. And many games have tried to copy that type of formula and have not done nearly as well in terms of their implementations. Got Squeak Squad, Dream Course. Yeah, Nightmare Land's definitely good. Amazing Mirror's definitely good. Mass Attack I don't think I've played. Canvas Curse I haven't played, but I've seen it. And you like Dream Course so much you bought it twice. Wow. That is dedication, Linux Man. Definitely a couple of really good Kirby games in there. The GBA Kirby games, I guess, should get honorable mention of being like pretty close to the Super Nintendo ones in style. I would definitely include those in the good Kirby list. Lots of open world games feel empty. Yeah, it is a big problem, especially for the ones that like not really like handcrafted, but instead like, use like a lot of procedurally generated stuff. They are early Elder Scrolls games like Arena and Daggerfall, like 99% empty space and randomly generated dungeons. Like they weren't super interesting. And like Morrowind was the first one that they started doing a lot of hand play stuff. And even then Morrowind was like 80% randomly generated. So as they've gotten kind of further into that series, like they are more and more about actually like doing custom crafted stuff. You know what? I think I might want to defend or attack Giant's Glove here. See how this works out. Well, we are releasing this Kraken real hard. See if 2 Giant's Gloves enough. Yes, free round with the ink, I'll take that. Oh, my Dan attacks. Alright, I am sure. 2 Giant's Gloves enough to make our 4th character still useful. Oh yeah, we get 2 extra attacks, even with darkness. And then he dies. Well, Dan, you tried your best. Although your best was not very good, it still was something. Dan is back, but he loses all the buffs when he dives and gets revived. So that is a really big downside of dying in this game. They have added the ability to revive in combat, but if that's the person that you stack like all of your buffs and increases on, because they get wiped away, it tends to not be easy to recover from. There you go. Kraken's done. He was not as cracked up as some suggested. But we have our third fiend conquered. And once again, we can celebrate. Now we got an Eagle Cycle. This is the dungeon where you have to chase Gilgamesh around at the start. And you get the Final Fantasy V boss, which I think is the hardest dungeon in the game, even though it's not as long as the Final Fantasy VI one. And it'll be fine. That was not fine. With that, the Sea Shrine has been conquered. Alright, what do we need to restock on? More heal potions? Definitely. Yeah, I think we're fine with these, but let me get cottages. I don't care about the MP recovery, but it is nice getting the full heal. We do seem to be needing a lot of hit points all of a sudden. Well, actually, should get some more pure potions. I think I'm getting poisoned more often than I've been expecting. Alright, that's out of the way. Next question is, where do we get our grind done? So our options are Ice Cave. The eye is very, very good experience very rapidly. Ordeals, which has got okay experience and has the chance of Mega Elixir drop from the Zombies, so that might be profitable just on its own. We could do XP in like Sky Castle, but then we're limited by the amount of potions that we carry through there, so might run into a bottleneck at some place. Or we just wait until Temple of Fiends. Has the downside of making Warbeck kind of a pain. Is Dan faking it? I will have you know that Dan always tries his best, and as we all know, yes, his best is not very good, but I think it is good enough to at least undergo an ordeal or two. I'll do the zombie grind here. This is where if I was allowed to do the 15 puzzle on the boat, that'd be the easiest way of getting Mega Elixirs. You finish the 15 puzzle with the first place time, which you have to initially get like under 30 seconds and then beat your time repeatedly. Get a Mega Elixir each time you get first place. I probably need 3 Mega Elixirs to be good for Chaos. And you might throw like 2 more in if you want to fight Warbeck. Those are with like conservative, but you could probably do it with like 1 less. But in zombie terms, I think we are going to be here for probably like maybe 15 minutes. Just try to make a guess on how long it's going to take to get a couple Mega Elixir drops. And we can get more in Temple of Fiends. So that may be another alternative. That'll also let me get Hermes shoes from the Whiz Vamps potentially, if I don't get them out of Sky Castle. Temple of Fiends Floor 2 is one of your better spots for it. Only other spot is on Tiamat's floor in Temple of Fiends. That's getting kinda late to be trying to grind something. It does have a lot of wisdoms. That's not a man cat. In fact, it is a cat man. There is a pretty big difference. That's a burrito. All right, we are back. Time to go a second ordeal here. But as we are much higher level than before, and we got some ribbons. I'm thinking that we can kind of cruise through everything except for the zombie fights and get right to the grind. Alright, that floor went pretty well. There's some man cats. Not nearly as scary in this version. Could probably run from nightmares by now, but we don't even need to. Medusas? Yeah, AoE's probably the best choice. Even better would probably do the AoEs on the front characters because they've got ribbons, so they're less likely to be paralyzed or petrified. But this works too. Back for the zombie grind. Yep, that is the plan. Zombies have a 1% Mega Elixir drop rate. So definitely going to be a challenge to get them. But it can be done. Good, I remember more gold needles. Don't think the remedy works on gold needles, or works on petrification. Which, for as much as it costs, it pretty much should just do everything. Alright, looking good there. Let's see, we want to be going probably horizontally across so they don't accidentally leave the dungeon. How do you make elixirs? I think 5 would be super safe for both Chaos and Warbeck. 3 is kind of the minimum if we want to do both, and if we just want to do Chaos, then 2. Alright, get lined back up again. The chair is kind of scary, but it's the same situation as you're grinding an ice cave. You have to worry about not falling down the pits. when you're doing the eye fights back and forth. And just like the eye fights, you're gonna have the occasional off-tile trap. Fight some random enemy from this dungeon. 1 in 64 chance it'll be a zombie though. Is there an easy way to get Hermes shoes? It's like a 3% drop rate from whiz vamps. So it's not as tough to get them, and you only need one. Which means it's kind of practical to try and get one in Temple of Fiends. I would say that you likely would hope to get the emergency exit in case you need to restock on heal potions after doing a zombie D grind and a whiz vamp grind in there though. So we'll see. Probably in the time that you get the Hermes shoes, you might get one extra Mega Elixir, so you have to still get the bulk of them here. Hey, Granic V. Dan may have had some bad ideas, but I assure you, we are punching most proficiently as of right now. So it's all working out for us. Still no Mega Elixirs. Don't remember if it's 1% or 1 in 64, but I know it's very rare. And the way it tends to work is that going through Temple of Fiends, I'll get all the rare drops that I don't need. Like, I'll get the emergency exit and the perform, like, all the time. Often I'll get, like, a Mega Elixir, like the one hallway fight with the zombie Ds, despite doing a whole bunch of these and not getting it. And you get the really oddball ones, like there's a weapon that Kraken 2 drops and stuff like that. It's like once you don't need the items, they just start coming flooding in. Pass Bill for HP. Almost time to get him a party promotion here. Oh yeah, I imagine we're gonna smack most of the monsters around. These are decently leveled up black belts at this point. There's Mega Elixir number 1. So we got one Mega Elixir, I've got one Elixir and one X potion I can also use. So that is a start. We don't care about MP. Functionally, an elixir is the same thing as an X potion. Kind of surprising, we're still getting pretty rapid levels here. Does this version keep the pre-class change to 4 resistance? No, in fact it very much changes that. That's one of the reasons why we class change these black belts. You start with 1 magic defense per level, which is the worst of all character classes, and after class change you get 2 magic defense per level, which is still the worst, but slightly better. So the magic defense on the black belt is really, really bad in the GBA version. Other benefits, though, of the black belt class changing, besides the extra magic defense, are that your damage formula for the fist is more favorable. I think your stamina is kind of discounted pre-class change, and then you get full credit for it after class change. And the same thing with like your body armor, so you get a little bit more credit for your stamina if you don't have body armor on. Why not 4 zombies? Well, this formation is only 1 to 2. Temple of Fiends is a 2 to 4. Which is why if we waited for there, it would be an interesting place to grab it. However, it's only a third of the fights and you have to walk in between the battles. Now you don't have to walk very far because it's got a high encounter rate, but it's still more than 0 for the amount of time that you spent. And 2/3 of the fights are probably not going to be as good. Was magic defense reworked for the remakes? I mean, the concept of magic defense still is kind of basically the same, which is it helps reduce damage you take from spells, and it helps prevent spell effects from going off. It's a little bit more granular, I think, than just all or nothing on the damage reduction, but for spell effects, it's the same basic concept. You can block it with elemental protection, or if you don't have elemental protection, you have to roll your magic defense check and see if you can resist the effect. So the black belts have a really hard time with the roll. So we're not doing any of the bonus dungeons. I'm only have 3 ribbons. And that means somebody's getting left out. I won't say who, but his name might start with Dan. Cal definitely earning that slot too. He's almost caught up with Ace for HP here. Both Ace and Cal 2 strong level ups ahead of Bill, who is 1 strong level up ahead of Dan now. In time, it probably doesn't matter, like you'll hit 999 on black belts. It's really hard not to max out your HP in the GBA version with all the extra level ups that you get. The finale is amusing that Dan has struggled so mightily. Passing the Argoyles. This is the first time we've seen Argoyles in the entire game. They've been really, really rare. There's Ace's HP up. Alright, yeah, he's still 1 point ahead of Cal. I think how close another point in though, so he might have better stamina growth than the other characters. Hey, there's Mega Elixir number 2. Yeah, it looks like we're getting a Mega Elixir of like 6 or 7 minutes. Again, I think that 3 is kind of the minimum that we want if we're doing Warmech. 5 would be like ridiculously safe for Warmech and Chaos put together. But I think at minimum you want 1 Mega Elixir for Warmech and then 2 for Chaos to be pretty secure that you're going to be able to outlast both of those bosses. Especially you want to be careful on Warmech since you only get the 1 chance. Having to hunt him again would be really unpleasant if you failed the first time. So my prediction is before the 4-hour mark, we should have Mega Elixir number 3. Guess we're gonna get some extra experience unless we get a really lucky Warmech showing up in Sky Castle. There'll probably be a lot of fights that we end up taking there. So could be that we don't need to worry too much about leveling after this. GBA Warmech give good hugs, he gives the best hugs. And tremendously beeps. It's just the same zombies over and over again. It could be. But then again, we do slaughter Agamas by the hundreds. And I'm pretty certain we are not eating every single one in our first go. No, many of those are going to go in the freezer to save for later. Ooh, Cal's past ace now. Taking over as highest HP total. Been on a pretty good run lately. Hey, Tier, welcome in. Hope you're having a good weekend here. We're getting our Punch Mages, some Mega Elixirs. So if I've gotten 2 Mega Elixir drops, I would like to have ideally 3. Well, ideally 5, but 3 is acceptable. Alright, back to the zombie punching. I think we've gotten pretty much right around that 1% mark. So I'm believing 1% more than I'm believing 1 in 64. Could be 1 in 128. I think we're doing something like a dozen zombies per minute. Which admittedly is pretty bad gas mileage. Crack 600 health. So I kind of budgeted for probably finishing the game around 750 to 800 health. I mean, that left a Giant's Tonic once in battles to get up to 999 HP. City or highway for that gas mileage? I would say these zombie Ds are pretty in a rural area. There's no stop and go punching here. Ooh, still have a hard time running for gargoyles. I don't know if the game is expecting you to have thieves or if they're expecting you to be really over-level. Suspecting it's the over-level bit. But running is tough in this one. Hey, soft hands. How many Mega Elixirs so far? 2. I'd like to get one more. I feel like if we can do Wormack with 1 Mega Elixir, that'll be decent. If it takes 2 for Wormack, then we can try and get 1 back when we're in Temple of Fiends. And there's another big pile of zombie Ds down there. But this will be a good start. It's also evidently time for Theatrius to be gifted a whole bunch of subs. Thank you very much for that, Theatrius. I hope you're having a wonderful weekend here, and I hope everybody getting one of those gift subs enjoys those emotes. Thank you very much once again, Theatrius, and I do want you to know that the support is appreciated. Hey, glad you've been enjoying the show. And Q240, thank you very much as well. Resubscribing back for 39 months. That is definitely worth many Agama treats. And I hope you enjoy them. And this final phase. Come on, where's that last Mega Elixir? Sure didn't miss it. Yeah, we still only have 2. Also have a new party leader. Actually, no, we'll leave Ace in the front. I think Ace is a professional leader and the best person to have in charge. Also, I don't really want to move the Opal bracelet around. Takes extra work. Dan is caught up. It used to be that he was another level up behind Bill, and then Bill was 2 back of Ace and Cal, but Dan has managed to close the gap and with a very lucky break. May not be in last place. Ooh, we got to 12 hits now. That's 2 more breakpoints left in the game. 16 is when we cap out as black belts. And if you get faster, you get up to 32. But usually by the time that you're at 16, you're doing already a lot of damage. This is kind of a ridiculous character class for damage output, just like the NES version. Like, they start off kind of slow. This one actually starts off decently better. Black Belt level 1 is a very proficient attacker with bare hands, but for some reason they give you a staff anyway. So unless you know to take the staff off, you're going to be misled about the early Black Belt strength. And it only gets better from there. Where is this last Mega Elixir? First two seem decent. This one seems like it's taking a lot longer. Sandbag stole the Mega Elixir. Well, that was kind of uncalled for. You should not have done that, Sandbag. Five more minutes. 4:10 is when I will cut off the Zombie D grind. Hopefully we will have the Mega Elixir by that. If I had Thieves, we would still be trying to fight Bicky. Actually, Thieves also really buffed in the early game in this version as well. Just don't have as many useful properties as the Black Belts do later. The one thing Thieves can do really well is run away from stuff, and that is kind of useful with how frequently you run into encounters. So in a casual playthrough, if you want to take a Thief, purely for the purposes of cowardice, they can do some stuff, but pretty much for combat, they're kind of useless. These start out with great accuracy, but due to the attack cap, they're not as good. Black Belts get up to 16, but everybody else only gets to 8. And a fighter with like a Maznoon is going to be capped out pretty quickly. Especially when you think about the Power Glove increasing your attacks per round in battle as well as speed potions. So you can get capped out very, very easily in comparison to NES, which is pretty much only like late game and only a small number of character classes that will max out their potential. It's rather easy in the second half of the game to get, you know, at the max cap for either damage or for a number of hits per round. Which is why when I did this as a speedrun at RPG Limit Break many years ago, one of the incentives was to beat Chaos barehanded. Because even your bare hands, with enough buffs, are going to be a whole bunch of damage by the end. is an RPG Limit Break game. It's a little bit of a different event. RPG Limit Break is focused on RPG runs especially, which tend not to get into GDQ events because they're just very long. And GDQ favors having, usually game lengths like under an hour. I'll be looking forward to when RPG Limit Break again resumes. It's been off for the last 2 years, and I'm hoping that in fall of 2022 there'll be another event. Because when there is, I'll be there with Ultima 6 and with Final Fantasy Randomizing. Two minutes to go. Come on, Zombies, you can do it. Giving me 2 Mega Elixirs so far. I believe in a third. Ooh, Dance Annabelle. And they're getting some big HP gains lately. Didn't even notice that he had caught up there. One minute to go. Hope we get this. I'd love to have an extra Mega Elixir for Chaos. If I only have 2, then probably it's 1 for Warmech, 1 for Chaos. And then on Chaos we have to start using like Elixirs and X Potions. Just try to keep the main attacker alive at the end of the fight. I think it's doable. Like at these levels you're probably gonna need like 3 rounds of prep on Chaos and then maybe like 6 rounds of attacks. You're doing 3,500 damage or so per attack. It's perfectly possible to be in that type of range. And so basically get a heal item at rounds 3, 6, and 9 if needed. Well, it looks like we are past our 410 mark. This battle's it for the Zombies. We get a Mega Elixir? Nope. But we tried, and we did get 2 Mega Elixirs out of that grind. So that is some positive news. Didn't get as many as I wanted, though. We could have gone to like level 99 without worry about running out of healing there, Grenic. Not only were we getting like better and better at killing the Zombies, but you have an advantage in turn order. It's not random in this game. Well, it's partially random, but you take your agility score, there's a random number, and then it sorts everybody by that speed rating. So if your character's got a lot of agility, then they will consistently go early in the round, and then we just take no damage ever. Because eventually we'll be able to outspeed the Zombies 100%. In fact, you probably notice a lot of these other encounters that, whereas we used to go like almost last every time, now we're going like early a decent percentage. Alright, maybe we're not as fast as dinosaurs, but we can push a lot harder than them. And that's what's important. Alright, restock, we'll get some more high potions. And then I will go to Tiamat. Guess I should do a prediction for this. So, if we are hunting Warmechs, do you think? We're going to have him before the 445 mark. That would be a pretty aggressive one. Let's say we got, you know, a little bit of time to get up there. Probably need to get the white shirt, need to get the other ribbon out of there. So I'd be finding Wormack like within the first 15 or so minutes. I think it could be done. But would be on the lucky side. I think on average you're looking at a Wormack within like 25 or so. Alright, things that we are keeping. Should probably get that organized here as well. At this point, I don't think we're going to use the heel staff. Definitely not going to need the great axe. What other drops did we have happen here? Get rid of these burritos now. Ditch the tents. Alright, most of this stuff is useful. Some of it's primarily for chaos, but we will have those waiting down there. Let's see, Giant's gloves we should probably have in our top section. So unlikely to need a lot of Phoenix Downs. I'll put defensive items up there, offensive items over there, high potions there. Recovery items are cottages. Things that we're less likely to need. Put all that down at the bottom. All right. Well, let's go. And people not believing in the Wormack. I'll try to run there as fast as possible. See if that entices people to go for the yes. Need to pick up the white shirt and the ribbon at middle. And this is the one character class that can't use pro capes. They only care about those. Don't really need the heel helmets. I think if we ever have to end up healing in battle with items, it's going to be already a pretty desperate situation. We'll grab some XP in the way. Time for some beeps. Ah, no beeps. They do have adorable beeps on those guards. I didn't really think about it, but we're going to save a lot of time from not having to save scum. Just so we can actually run from encounters at a reasonable clip. Makes up for some of our grinding time that we spent. Hey, Roland, welcome in. Thank you very much for the good luck there. I hope you enjoy the fantasy Final Fantasy. We should see if after all that grinding we still need the gold bracelets. I think we do. Yeah, they were still worth 5. Pro Ring's worth 4. So they are positive to keep on. Pro Ring, I'm pretty sure, like level 99, they're going to be positive. Gold bracelets, I want to say at some point we don't actually benefit from them. They're only a small weight penalty, so if I don't notice it, it's not a big deal. Alright, one other thing I want to get. Bean's Sword, of course. Can't forget that. This is the GBA version of Final Fantasy. A version that I highly recommend. those men seem okay. Alright, Bane Sword obtained. We got the ribbon and white shirt upstairs. White shirt is not nearly as good on the remake versions because you don't have, well, basically a glitch that capped the enemy's accuracy score. So instead, it takes a lot of evasion stacking to actually dodge things. It will eventually happen though. In fact, if you're doing like Shinryu and Omega, like those type of fights, it is very much to your advantage too. Stack up like the 10 white shirts that you need. Only one shirt in the whole world of each color, yep. They are tough to get. It'd be kind of nice to have more than one, but only in very limited circumstances. Usually you tend to have a variety of different buffs that you can apply, so there's not like a hard need that you stack like all your evasion immediately. The space castle over the sky castle, it is a bit of a downgrade. I like the background, but it's just not the same in terms of the environment. Like, it's just so much better when it's in space. Gurnak is blinking at us. Maybe it's trying to send a message saying, equip your ribbon. Well, message received. Guess we get the black shirt while we're here. I've been picking up all of the AoE attack items except for the second light axe in the bottom of the sea shrine. That one didn't seem as valuable to go after. Got the maid staff, Zeus Scarlet. Guess I didn't get the Thor hammer either. Alright, so maybe we're missing a couple. Got one of each element though, that's what's important. Also the Chimera's way more hardcore in this version. They definitely take over for the Manicore in that department. Where Tiger is Catman, yes. And yeah, level 48, we were level 26 when I did class change. And then I tried to get some Mega Elixirs. We got 2 Mega Elixirs. I was kind of hoping for like 3 to 5, but 2 is all we could find, and in the process, we might have killed a fair number of zombies. Also not been shy about taking the random encounters. So like typically rather than just running away and skipping over these things, that you might do in a speed run for a normal party. We've been grabbing as much as possible. There's the beeps. What kind of where Agama would I like to be? Well, definitely not a miniature plains Agama. I hear they are endangered. But any other type would be good. Hey, free ether. If only we had any magic whatsoever on this team. Alright, up we go. This is Warmack's floor. So I got a little bit of an advantage. 4 minutes still in the prediction. Get those guesses in soon. Warmack at 4:45, so like 22 minutes of dedicated Warmack hunting. He's a 1 in 64 encounter. We slowed down a bit because we are taking a lot of the fights. And because we're going to be taking out Tiamat. Oh, this should not take long. It's max HP 999, yep. Little test for our damage output. So we're doing about 200 unbuffed. Warmack's got 2,000 HP, so probably do want to use some power gloves for him. Tiamat's also got 2,000 HP, but she's not nearly as deadly. Well, except to Dan. Who coincidentally has the Bane Sword. Let's see if he can win. Dan couldn't do it. Better luck next time, Dan. That is how Tiamat was punched. Good punching. What makes Masters better than the GBA version? So there's 3 things. One is that you get improved magic defense growth. It is 1 magic defense for the Black Belt and 2 magic defense for the Master, which is both pretty awful, but 2 is better than 1. In your damage formula, you get more credit for your stamina stat as a Master, so your damage slightly goes up with your fists. And you also get more credit for your body armor if you don't wear armor for your stamina stat as a Master, which for us I don't think is in the range yet that makes a difference. But if you're like really ridiculous levels, I think like level 65 or so, Master can outdo like the gold bracelet. Be a slight improvement here. So there's some small reasons why. Getting a 4th ribbon? Nope. I am not doing the 15 puzzle and I am not doing any bonus dungeons. But I'm going to try to do a Warmack. I will give it until we are at 5 hours on the clock, then we're just going to stop. But at a 1 in 64, I think it's pretty likely that he will show up by then. I think it is less likely that Warmack will show up in the next 15 minutes, but that is for you to predict. Really glad we can run away from these things. Otherwise, those mind flayers would be super bad for the fights. All right, predictions are closed. We will see who believed and who didn't, because Warmack's already here. All right, that happened pretty fast. Now the question is, what is our strategy going to be? I think we're going to start off with the Giants tonics for one round. Oh, Dan got beat pretty hard there. You see that he's regenerating. It's not worth going after Warmack until we think we've got pretty good damage going. I'm going to say let's focus on Bill. Giants gloves. You're going to try and keep your health up here. Want to avoid having anybody die next round. Ooh, Ace is in bad shape. Alright, this might be a poor idea, but Dan's gonna use the Mega Elixir. See what our damage output is like. So you're going to high potion yourself. You're going to keep dropping strength tonics. You're attacking. Let's try and keep Ace alive. There's our first nuke of the match. This is actually nuclear. See, that might be a full nuke. That's a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage, too. As long as Bill stays alive, we got him. Okay, we're fine, everything's fine. Things are totally under control, and Warmack is defeated. 4 hours, 30 minutes, and 38 seconds. Yeah, we definitely crushed that time. I can't believe you ever would have doubted that. Also, one of our Mega Elixirs used up, so may want to get a replacement in Temple of Fiends. But that is Fiend number 4 out of the way. That is our Warmack out of the way. That is our 4th and final orb out of the way. Believed in the beeps, that's the only way to live life. Three rare fights in this version of the game are Warmack at 1 in 64, T-Rex at 1 in 64, and Iron Golem at 1 in 64. 22 revives better be enough. Don't think there's anything else that we can really grab here. Guess maybe toss some more antidotes on. Warmack's only on the bridge, yep. Warmack being in other places is the stuff I do for fantasy, Final Fantasy, but none of the actual games have had Warmack anywhere else. There we go, that should be better. I need, well, technically 3 things. I'd like to get an emergency exit from the purple worms on the first floor. I would like to get from the second floor off the Whiz-Vamp's Hermes shoes. And also on the second floor, I'd like to get off of the Zombie D's another Mega Elixir. So we're gonna see what happens. I can probably do it without the emergency exit if we have to, but it'd be good to be able to get our potions recovered after doing a bit of a grind. Give me the pass. Well, if you got an emergency exit, you can. Emergency exit is just the same thing as the exit spell. Alright, purple worms, let's go. I think it's like every 25 or 30 purple worms is an emergency exit. So decent chance of these dropping. So it's Surya Basilisk, it's Basilisk. Surya is only the NES version. Alright, good worm luck so far. Are we getting an emergency exit so I can get my potions restocked after doing this grind? We'll pass on those. I mean, we can do the grind without using a lot of potions up, but it would be a lot slower. Because you're not really taking the fights. It's just like the NES version shoot. You get a travel spell, you can leave. So in the NES version, travel spells would have to be a red, white, or black mage on the team. But there is an item that can be dropped from the purple worms in this version called the emergency exit that casts the exit spell when used. That's a way for any character class to get out. Oh yeah, we are halfway to the max level. Max is 99, we just hit 51. Look, if you were anywhere close to the max level, it's probably not much of an interesting fight. He was max meal, that's correct. So you get a lot more stat gains and a lot more HP gains in the remakes, which means it's really easy to max out most, if not all, of your stats. Black belts cannot max out magic defense. Their growth rate's just so pitiful that they will never hit the cap for it, but pretty much every other stat, if you want to go to 99, you could hit to, 999 HP and cap your strength and accuracy and all that. It's like even before you hit level 99, you're probably as good as you're gonna get. It's also possible to get the 4 purple worm floor down on Tiamat's floor, but I don't know if I really want to wait that long, either for the purple worms or for getting the Whiz-Vamps to try and get the Hermes shoes. Because one, you have to go through all the rest of Temple of Fiends. So you do have those couple of elemental floors to pound through. But also because if you don't get the drop, then you're in a bit of a pickle by that point. KS has got 20,000 health. It's 10 times the NES amount. PlayStation had him with double health, but PlayStation also didn't have all of these nice items, so they made the game easier, but they also increased the difficulty of the last boss to try and compensate a bit. It kind of comes through, like, the game is generally a bit easier, but the last fight is a pretty good challenge. It's not nearly as scary as NES, that you can save anywhere, but other than that, it's a good fight. My purple worms go. We had such a good streak of them early on. Here we go, 2 at a time. They're extra juicy that way. No emergency exit. Kids at 2,000 HP, Balthazar. It's the highest HP total in the game. Team at 2's got 1,100, and Team at 1 and Warmack have 1,000 even. Let's set the purple worm traps. So I'm gonna track some over here. There they are. All I gotta do is search in the right part of the room. Yeah, not having Temper and Saber, not being able to use the Power Glove, all those are like really big factors for why NES is much, much tougher. But then it's just also, you can't save wherever you want to, so NES, you're spending 25, maybe 35 minutes on a trip down, and so if Chaos goes badly, you have to do that whole thing again. Get past all the other fiends. It's not just like reset and try again. So even if they had made him like really, really hard, the fact that he is something that you can just save before and reset if it needs to go and get tried again is like a big difference for difficulty. The only place where that's not true is Astos, because Astos you could save very close to him anyway. So Astos getting tougher was a big deal. At level 51 still can't outspeed Frosties at all. Oh yeah, horizontally works way better. Where's the encounters? There we go. Gonna try second floor here, see if we can get the Hermes shoes and Mega Elixir drops to happen. Here's our zombie Ds. We want those and Whiz Vamps. And I'll probably give him like 18 minutes. See the best we can do. I use kind of minimal heal potions, and we should still be fine. We can make sure that we take the fiends with only like a moderate amount of damage loss. If you don't take anything from the random encounters, like 96 high potions completely covers you for the fiends. Hey, Stario, welcome in. There's some quality zombie D action. This is one reason why this formation's pretty decent. It's 1/3 chance of showing up. Can up to 4 zombies instead of capping at 2. So you get a pretty good amount of zombies per try. I think the Whiz Vamp's rare though. So they are probably like a 5% chance. Zombie Whiz Vamp's 1 in 64. Okay, might not be able to get a Whiz Vamp here then. We'll give the zombies a try. If I can get a fast Megalix, I'll feel okay. How many Agamas is it worth? Well, it depends on how many zombies show up. But in general, you're looking at, I think it is about 2.4 Agamas on average for the zombie D formation. So you get some decent amounts there. And sometimes you get more, like this. These RNG is something other than step count that would actually make it easier when you're trying to get specific enemies to show up. Being able to predict where they are is a really big deal. Hey, Soulshade, this is the GBA version, which for the US was the 2nd remake that was made. For Japan, it was the 3rd remake. And there have been 2 more since then. Load times are good. I mean, it's a cartridge, so that is a really big advantage the GBA did have over the PlayStation. I think the PSP, because it's a small enough game that it can just hold the whole thing in memory, doesn't have that bad load times, even though it has the UMD drive, which is a very slow storage mechanism. You don't really notice it being like slowing down the game a bunch. Why reset the Frost Giants and not the Black Fan? So the Frost Giant Frost Wolf formation is unrunnable, and the Slime fight is runnable. So anything that I can run from, I try to. And if we don't succeed, then we'll just reset. So I don't have to use up a bunch of potions here. If we get zombie Ds, we punch them. So far, this is going pretty decently, at least. Not taking a lot of damage for the zombie Ds that we are going after. Combination of being really fast and being really punchy works extremely well. getting Mega Elixirs, though, has been working a little bit less well. Been stuck at 2 Mega Elixirs for a while, and having to use 1 on Warmech. Even though I think that definitely was the right call. Means our chaos is kind of marginal right now. Got 1 Mega Elixir, 1 Elixir, 1 X Potion. Which means you got a full party heal once, and then 2 single person heals. So if you can get the main attacker really buffed up, might be sufficient. We had the Hermes shoes, I feel really good about it. Because that's just double damage straight up. Without those, kind of dicey. Give it 5 more minutes here. Then goes to Plan C. So to try and get the stuff off of the Tiamat floor. They'll have a much higher chance of Whizvamps showing up. So we'll more likely get the Hermes shoes drops. The Whizvamps are back with the zombie Ds down there. It's also a Whizvamp vampire formation, which doesn't help us as much. So zombie D in the spot vanilla. This is the vanilla game, Soul Shade. Everything you're seeing here is how the game was originally made. Probably gonna happen is that we give up, and then on the walk down from the Phantom, we go through this floor a little tiny bit. On our way back down to Lich, we will get not only the Mega Elixir, but also the emergency exit drop. This is how they like to roll around here. Pistachio-flavored zombies. That is an intriguing new taste sensation. Personally, I'm here for the zombie jerky, so I like the mesquite barbecue. But I respect your culinary senses. Four minutes to go. Skill score guiding. At one point, I think we were trying to hunt Whizvamp for the bingo card for that particular monster. Because we had the... was it Whizvamp and Evil Man? I don't remember what the other one that we needed was. But we were down like just Whizvamp for one of the bingo squares. And that also had some disappointment due to the very low appearance rate of them. Minutes to go. This used to be a grind spot for the NES version. You got a last chance to pick up some levels before going into Temple of Fiends finally. So you use like that walk up there and a couple of fights on this floor to try and get some XP. That was a fairly old route though. Typically you don't have to worry about getting additional XP in the more recent NES routes. But at one point it was a thing. 2 minutes to go. You want to play this again? I would definitely recommend playing the GBA version. It's really good. PSP has a couple of niceties. Like, it definitely looks a little bit better. Definitely sounds a lot better. The music is really good on PSP. But unless you're super into the bonus dungeons, like the Labyrinth of Time doesn't do much for you. And there's a certain charm for the GBA that's just hard to put down, but it is definitely really fun. Too many zombies. Possibly. There you go. Now, you can kind of tell it was Twitch's end because I was still connected to chat. So that was a really obvious clue. But welcome back. You have missed, I think, 2 zombies. We did not get a Mega Elixir. I will give you all 30 bonus seconds to make up for that. See if we can get one more zombie fight. Here we go. Will this be the Mega Elixir, or will we be going down with 1? Nope, no Mega Elixir. All right, let's keep going. You missed the War Mechatronics. Well, you will definitely have to go back and watch that. See if we can slip by any of these encounters. Batman we should be able to run from if we can get not ambushed. Ghasties are unrunnable. So they are kind of a pain there. If you get lucky, maybe they're not gonna poison gas you. Just say no to that. There's probably better fights we could take. There's bad men or evil men. Those are bad men. That is Mage and Fighter. And this is the Phantom, who is about to get punched real hard. Alright, good Phantom fight. Oh, enemy leave the Ghasties. Alright. I'll take 1 Ghastie battle. And then Dan has been taking loot lessons. Down we go into the backside. Let's see if we can make it all the way through without getting a Mega Elixir drop. You know what's gonna happen. Only takes the one time through. Same with the emergency exit. Did not get Mega Elixir drop. Couldn't trick it. Alright, so we're gonna have one Mega Elixir for Chaos. See if we can slide through here as well. Probably not worth even trying the Frosties. Although we've had a single timeout speeding them. Oh, we will forget the Masmurin. It is not worth it. And we have this as furious and as beautiful as these black belts. Pass on the Chimeras. Down to Lich's floor. Expecting the 4 Fiend refights to not be especially challenging. It really is just Chaos that we have to worry about. These things are fast. Not escaping Gerbadusas, interesting. Didn't know they were so speedy. Almost around the corner. So that was the first strike. See you later, Germadusa. See you later, Golem. And hello to our first Fiend refight. It's Lich time. Missed into 4 Fiends or their wonderful theme songs. Now is when you are getting an excellent sample of each. No Power Glove, don't need a Durandex. which does not deserve the power of the Power Glove. Carry, maybe. So many gray worms. So little time. Alright, up to Fiend number 2. Let's see if Dan can survive this. Alright, so you're gonna go defense sword, probably white shirt on you. Power glove. Strength tonic to increase our damage output. Turns out we didn't need the speed drinks. We're close enough to capping that. Definitely want to focus on our strength over our additional attack per round. So 2 strength tonics, 1 power glove, and a whole lot of fists. 900. Decent. Ooh, also pretty good. We got a brand new Agama Research Society fact. Thanks to the hard workers at the Agama Research Society, and thanks to viewers like you, we have just now determined that Agamas glide on thin, ribbony strands of tungsten to cross the street. And that is truly Agama news that you can use. Especially if you collect tungsten. Carrie's supposed to be wielding a whole bunch of swords like that. Yeah, they pretty much have the same artwork for every single one of these games until the Pixel remasters. And so you're just getting to see like clearer and clearer representations of what the original designs were. They've actually published like the original artworks for the game that they based the NES designs off of, and it's amazingly close to these. It's our friend the Sea Shrine Pile of Pain. Alright, Pile of Pain was not that painful. Might be one of our better encounters here. Monsters similar to, but legally distinct from Dungeons and Dragons, except for the Beholder, which they were forced to remove. I don't know if they were forced to, or they just anticipated that they would get sued, and so they took it out after the Famicom version. Never to return, even for the remakes in Japan. Which makes me think there was some kind of legal settlement involved. Oh no, it was very definitely a Beholder. They even had to change the artwork for it. Alright, here we go. It is nearly Time to get cracking. Let's go. So once again, defense. White shirt. For more defense, you're gonna go Giant's gloves. You're gonna go Strength tonic. You're gonna just get pounded in the face. Fortunately, Kraken is mainly about the physical damage, so once we had a couple of stacks of evasion on Ace, it gets a lot better. If this is a free round with ink, we're good. Pop, thank you very much for the raid there. Hope you had a great time streaming today. We are currently doing a challenge run. This is the Game Boy Advanced version of the original Final Fantasy. We're trying to beat it with only black belts on the team. So welcome in, everybody. And thank you once again to Pop for raiding. A wonderful Dragon Quest streamer who plays a lot of the original Dragon Quest games. And welcome in, Raiders. That's some good black belt damage. Third Fiend refight is complete. Hey Pop, thank you very much. And I hope that your day went well today. On to Tiamat's floor. So we do not need the Masamune. However, it would be nice if we could get one of our item drops, either the Hermes shoes or the Mega Elixir. Would be very handy here right now. So I will probably give it a couple minutes trying to get one of those to show up. Whizvamp has the Hermes shoes. Zombie D has the Mega Elixirs. There's a 1 in 64 chance that we might get an Iron Golem. Decent punching there. Damn, I should have 2,200 health in this version. Just take the NES values and double them. Maybe she's got more. Is it 4x? Might be 4x for the Fiend refights. There's a lot of HP on these things. But not enough to keep her alive for long. 4 Fiend refights complete. Ooh, we got the Rune Staff out of that. That is a 1 in 64 chance. It casts Healara, which is the Heal 2 spell. It's okay, but we do not have the best characters for using that in combat. But a very rare drop to see off of the boss there. All right, let's go. We're gonna see if we can get one of our monsters to show up. Either a Mega Elixir or a Hermes Shoes would be really big here. And of course, we'll probably get the emergency exit. How long to find the Iron Golem? A 1 in 64. We found Warmech in what? 3 tries? Clearly, that is all it takes. Hey, Zero Dozer, welcome in. Hope you're having a great day here. Doing a last-ditch effort to try and get another item for combat before we go to Chaos. Got 2 possible ways to improve our situation. And these things just give a lot of experience, so I'm taking them. Not the Iron Golem, those are Rock Golems. But they are very punchable. Alright, first Whiz-Vamp to try. I think Whiz-Vamps are like 3% chance of dropping the Hermes Shoes. So we'll see if we get really lucky here. Nope, no Hermes Shoes. What I really want is the Whiz-Vamp plus Zombie. That's a great combo. Doesn't matter which enemy I kill when. Most enemies don't have drops, Hot Toddies. So you're not even gonna have to worry about competing drops. But yeah, you just stack them up. Like you can get more than 1 drop per fight. Iron Golems, 5 hours and 16 minutes on the clock. See? So easy to find. I don't even know why you thought it would be a challenge. And Sandbag X, thank you very much for gifting that sub out there. Hope the recipient enjoys the emotes. And I hope you enjoy. How ironic these golems are. We can get them, but we can't get any of the easy stuff to show up. When I reset sometimes, I don't want to take a lot of damage. And I don't want to sit through really slow fights. So if I think a fight is going to be like 6 rounds before we get to do anything, then I'll just reset rather than wait for it to all play out. We're optimizing for highest chance at getting the specific enemies that we want, which are the Whiz-Vamp and the Zombie to show up. I'll leave them 2 more minutes to try and help us out. 5:20 on the clock is when we're going to Chaos. Mega Elixir or not? Both Evil Man and Bad Man got renamed. Bad Man became the Black Knight, and Evil Man became the Death Knight. These are all the names from the original Famicom version, so NES just had some interesting translations, and also because they were limited in space. The English names had to fit in 8 characters, and a lot of them just didn't fit very well, so they had to come up with alternatives. One minute to go. Nothing else. Our levels have gotten a slight bit better. Just taking some of the fights. And now officially the world's slowest black belt. Hey, sit down. Well, right now we're level 55. I've got 1 Mega Elixir. I would prefer if I had 2 Mega Elixirs and a Hermes shoes. I feel very confident that. But I will give it a try. And if we don't succeed, maybe we can find some purple worms to give us an emergency exit. Nope. Well, chaos it is. So let's plan out how we want to get our party put together here. I think Cal in front. Easiest to survive for that extra round. Which means I need to take that off for you. Let's see if gold even does anything at this point. And it's still worth 4 defense. Alright, here we go. I'd like to keep Dan alive for as long as I can, but I don't know if he's going to live for very much. Might be good to put him in the front as a sacrificial victim. Let's see how this goes. Alright, so you're going to defend. I think you will put Giant's Tonics on. Dan might Giant's Tonic up on the front here. Battle Ribbon Dan takes a lot more damage, so his survival is very questionable. Alright, melee evasion. Go with the white shirts. Strength. Giant's gloves. You can also do the strength tonics here. Ooh, not a good hit. So Cal probably needs a potion. The downside is we're taking a round off of the tonics. At this point, I think we have to pop our Mega Elixir. We'll do it off of Cal, because if he dies, then we have a very low chance of winning. So not really worth pushing that harder. Another Giant's Glove, or can I start attacking? Let's go one more Giant's Glove. Alright. Didn't get slowed on Dan, that's great. Or didn't get slowed on Bill. Dan's a perfectly acceptable sacrificial victim. We haven't seen the Cure 4 yet, but I'm going to let the punches start flowing. So White Shirt, Strength Tonic, Attack. Let's do one more Strength Tonic here. Alright, we got max attacks per round, which is 16 without fast. 20 energy damage is decent, but we need 8 of those to be able to beat Chaos, which is a lot. And we're still getting punched through those defensive buffs. That is kind of scary. This gave us a heal. 9999 is healed for the Cure 4. Dan doesn't go down. So we got a free round there. Bill's in very good shape health-wise, which is great. There goes Cal. Pretty sure Dan's gonna die here too. This might take out Ace, which is gonna get things very touchy. Going for it. Good fight. Chaos going down. 5 hours, 26 minutes, and 36 seconds. The Black Belts have proven to be champions. Not bad.